I invite the member for Richmond Queensborough to lead the House in prayer or reflection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. April 14th, next week, is Vaisakhi, celebrated by millions of Sikhs and their friends all over the world. I'd like to read a few lines composed by Guru Gobind Singh, our 10th Guru. Bole so nihal, sat sri akal, deshava var mohe, ehe shubh karmante kabo na daro. Na daro arso jab jaye laro, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करो अरसिक हो अपने ही मन को इलालच हो गुण तो उचरो जब आपकी औद निदान बने अत हिरन में तब जूझ मरो. Our creative force, this is my rendition of this. Oh creative force, give me this privilege that I never shy away from doing the right thing, that I have no fear and I'm instilled with the confidence to be victorious over injustice, that I teach my heart to ponder the universal truth, and when the end comes, let my life and its end be exemplified by the battle for good.
Introductions by members. Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. It is such a treat for me today to introduce my dear friend Jude Morrison, who is joining us in the gallery all the way from Ottawa for a visit. Jude and I went to SFU together some years ago, and both went on to careers advocating for people. Jude and I have protested, lobbied, raged, celebrated together over very many social issues over very many years, and I am deeply grateful for our ongoing friendship. Would the House please join me in making her very welcome?
Minister of Energy and Mines.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce the BC Common Ground Alliance. The Alliance's executive team, led by Dr. Dave Baspley, and several members are here in the gallery today to recognize April as Safe Digging Month in the province of British Columbia. These are the people who work so hard to ensure the highest possible standards are in place for workers, for public safety, and to prevent damage in connection with underground infrastructure. So please, everybody, remember to keep yourself safe and stay smart. Don't forget one call and BC One Click if you're planning to dig a project of any size. And would members please help me in making members of the Common Ground Alliance very welcome here today.
Minister of Water and Lands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the very special pleasure today to introduce my family, who made the pilgrimage with me in the car and over ferries, the 15 and a half hours from Smithers, BC. You met them earlier, Mr. Speaker. My wife, Diana, my twin boys, Isaac and Elliot Cullen, outstanding students, outstanding athletes, the joy of my life, and it's the good people of Stikeen that allow me to be here, but without Diana's tireless support, I wouldn't be here. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Would the House please join me in making them feel welcome?
Member for Surrey Guildford.
All of us who are fortunate enough to have a seat in this House are supported at home by a vast array of people who work hard to make sure that we work hard every day. Not the least of those is our constituency assistants. For yesterday and for the next 2 days, the constituency assistants from the government side of the House are here in Victoria at a training seminar. Some of them are here today for what they tell me they expect to be the highlight of their time here. So I would urge all members of this House not to disappoint them during question period. I know you'll all join me in welcoming the constituency assistants from the government side of the House to the Legislature. Thank you.
Minister of Transportation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Joining us in the gallery today from Reynolds Secondary School is Madame Jones's grade 10 social studies class. Reynolds is a noted, distinguished school in my constituency. It's produced some notable people, including one former Premier, who just concluded 18 years of distinguished service in this House last week, and I can assure the House, were he here today, this would be a considerably longer introduction from the class president of 1977. But among the class guests or student guests here today from Reynolds is Jax Volk. Jax's dad, Kevin, may be known to many members on both sides of the House for his work supporting and building many very difficult major projects all across BC as Assistant Deputy Minister in my ministry. And I wish Madam Jones's class all the best during their tour here today. And I look forward to seeing more future Reynolds graduates continue to serve our community, make their mark in this great province and across Canada, and indeed across the world. So will the House please join me in making these students all feel welcome in the Legislature today.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be joined in the gallery today by two individuals I have enormous respect for. The first is Karim Alam, who is my campaign manager for the leadership race, which I know the members opposite will be so thrilled that he got me elected into this position. But he's a very good friend of mine and did a great job and continues to be a great supporter. I'd also like to recognize the great former mayor of Surrey, Diane Watts, who is also joining us here and a very good friend and supporter of mine. So thank you for making me feel welcome.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Bill 23, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2023.
Her Honor, the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 23, entitled Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2023, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Minister, I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to introduce Bill 23, the Motor Vehicle Amendment Act 2023. This bill provides new tools to help government transform and build a cleaner, future-ready transportation network on BC roads. The legislation supports our government's Clean BC commitment to lower GHG emissions in the transportation sector by 27% to 32% by 2030, and is an accelerated action in the upcoming Clean Transportation Action Plan. More specifically, this legislation will support an increase of the share of trips made by active transportation to 30% by 2030. The key changes in this act focus on establishing a minimum safe passing distance. Drivers of motor vehicles must observe when passing pedestrians, cyclists, and other prescribed road users. It establishes a new definition of vulnerable road user and a new offence framework for drivers who interact unsafely with these road users. The bill also enables the use and regulation of new and emerging technologies, including speed limiters in heavy-duty commercial trucks. It anticipates a future with highly and fully automated vehicles that will be safety certified by federal agencies responsible in the near future. It will also allow for the development of regulations supporting things like designated delivery robots, micro-utility devices, personal mobility devices, and different classes of motor-assisted cycles or e-bikes. Bill 23 also supports expanding the existing authority to pilot test new and emerging technologies, rules of the road, and other matters contemplated by the Motor Vehicle Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favour indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member for Langley East.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that a bill entitled Vancouver Foundation Amendment Act 2023, standing in my name on the order paper, be introduced and read a first time now. The changes to the Vancouver Foundation is seeking relate to the Foundation's ability to distribute funds to charities and nonprofits, particularly in periods of economic downturn. Current language in the Act considers a reserve amount calculated based on financial data from 2008. The amendment that they seek will allow the Foundation to base that calculation on financial data from the most recent calendar year and sustain their capacity to support charities and nonprofits when they need it the most.
Member, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Members, pursuant to Standing Order 105, this bill shall stand referred to the Select Standing Committee on Parliamentary Reform, Ethical Conduct, Standing Orders, and Private Bills. Member for Prince George Valemount.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that a bill entitled Defibrillator Public Access Act, which notice has been given in my name on the order paper, be introduced and now read for a first time. In 2021, approximately 8,300 British Columbians experienced a sudden and unexpected cardiac arrest. This can happen to anyone, anywhere, at any time, and without warning. Tragically, fewer than 1 person in 10 will survive their cardiac arrest. First responders say that an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest is the most critical and time-dependent emergency that they respond to. In a sudden cardiac arrest, every minute counts. For every 1 minute delay in intervention, survival falls by 7 to 10%. However, with CPR, the use of an automated external defibrillator, or AED, that doubles the likelihood of survival. This is why I am introducing this bill for the third time. If passed, the Act would standardize policy around AEDs across the province, requiring AEDs to be available and visibly located in public spaces such as libraries, airports, and recreation centres. These AEDs would also be required to be registered, inspected, and maintained so that in an emergency, a 911 dispatcher can direct bystanders to the nearest AED. Some elements of the bill are in place in regions across the province, but they are not applied consistently. Adopting this legislation would close the significant gaps in coverage and keep British Columbians safe no matter where they live. This is a simple, common-sense public policy that could literally save lives. Building upon the work that has been done to improve access to AEDs, together we must ensure that there is a province-wide network of accessible, registered, maintained, and consistently placed AEDs across British Columbia. Ready access to an AED could mean the difference between life and death in sudden cardiac arrest. It is time to take these critical steps to remove the barriers to AED access and improve survival rates.
Members, the question is first reading of the bill. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting after today.
You have heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Vancouver Fraserview.
Mr. Speaker, April is Sikh Heritage Month. It is an opportunity to honor the Sikh community and to celebrate the significant contribution that Sikhs have made to British Columbia and to Canada. The Khalsa Diwan Society in my riding of Vancouver Fraserview is a pioneer Sikh organization that was established 115 years ago in Vancouver on West 12th Avenue near Burrard Street. It played a vital role in shaping the social, cultural, and economic fabrics of the Sikh community in Vancouver and beyond. The Sikh community has been settling in the Vancouver South area around Main Street and 49th Avenue in large numbers since the 1960s. The area flourished economically and culturally to become the Punjabi market on Main Street. As the community grew, the society decided to relocate and hire well-known architect, the late Arthur Erickson, to design the Ross Street Temple, which opened in 1970. I was introduced to the Ross Street Temple by the late Jim Green, former Vancouver City Councillor and community leader of downtown East Side. Jim taught us how to act in the temple, how to bow, sit, and put on our headscarf. I also discovered there's free lunch at the temple. Seriously, the free lunch is the langar, or the community kitchen, that was introduced by Guru Nanak, founder of Sikhism, because of his belief in the oneness of humanity.
Meals are offered free to anyone, regardless of their religion, gender, ethnicity, or wealth status. Prior to COVID-19, the Society would offer free meals in downtown Eastside. The Society has 12,000 members. It runs a Punjabi language school and helps seniors file income taxes and fill out government forms. It has a Kumagata Maru Museum and a community policing center that opens on weekends. The Society also organizes sports tournaments, women's-only yoga classes, and computer literacy classes. The Society organized the first Vaisakhi parade in North America in 1979 in Vancouver and made it an annual event. I look forward to attending this great event in my riding, the 43rd Vaisakhi parade next Saturday, April 15, and thank you to Casa Tavan Society and the volunteer for all your hard work in the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Caribou North.
Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that I'm an advocate for the seniors in Caribou North. In this instance, I'm not talking about senior citizens, I'm talking about seniors men hockey. It has been an exciting year with the 100th anniversary of the Koi Cup Championship being hosted in Quesnel, and I would like to congratulate all the teams and volunteers that participated. I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate the Quesnel Kangaroos, the 2023 BC Seniors AA Provincial Koi Cup Hockey Champions. The Roos won the championship on home ice against their Central Interior Hockey League rivals, the Terrace River Kings, in front of a sold-out West Fraser Centre audience. Members of many Kangaroos teams were in attendance with their vintage Kangaroos jerseys, saying that never before had we seen such a large crowd before the Kangaroos franchise. It was an exciting night. At first, I have to admit, we were all a little nervous when the Terrace took the early 1-0 lead. But there was no sense of panic, folks, because it was Alessio Tomasetti, the team's captain, who lit the lamp first for the Roos, bringing the capacity crowd to its feet. Tomasetti wasn't done, and he potted another only a few minutes later to make it 2-1 for the hometown team. The Kangaroos played strong in the third, then added to their lead, making it a score of 6-2. Fans were excited at what felt like what was going to happen, winning the trophy in our own community. Fans were excited winning the trophy. It was Paul Garodet scored the Roos' 7th goal, that the fate of the River Kings was sealed with no time for them to have a comeback. When the final buzzard sounded, the score was 9-2 for the Roos, and utter joy for us all. The team, the volunteers, hard work paid off for this tournament. Many challenges. It was exciting to win the 2023 Koi Cup home in Quesnel. Congratulations to all involved. Well done.
This will be the next brief announcement.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. April is Sikh Heritage Month, and opportunity to recognize the contributions of Sikhs here in BC. There will be a Bhagat Singh Memorial 5-kilometer run, which is held every year in honour of their esteemed martyr, held at Bear Creek Park in Surrey, organized by the Shahid Bhagat Singh Memorial Society. There'll be children's races, a festival, June 11th in Bear Creek Park in Surrey. Shahid Bhagat Singh is regarded as one of the greatest heroes across India. He began to protest British rule in India while still a youth and soon fought for independence. He was involved in 2 high-profile plots against British authorities and that helped to galvanize the Indian independence movement. He was a freedom fighter in the Indian independence movement in the early 20th century and was hanged by the British along with 2 of his colleagues on March 23, 1931 at the age of 23. He became a symbol of sacrifice for the youth. While he was in jail, he wrote extensively about the future of society and India in particular. And his journalistic career was marked by relentless courage as his efforts took to take on the world's mightiest political power at the time, the British colonial administration, often brought with it severe curtailment and repression, and to be targeted brutally. He often had to write, he was underground and had to use a pseudonym. He's recognized now across every town square in India. There is an 18-foot statue in the Parliament to recognize him. You go to any town square, government office, police station, you'll see his picture hanging there. And his message reverberates at the time until now, which has taken up his message for an egalitarian society in which there would be no exploitation between peoples and nations. We pay tribute to Shahid Bhagat Singh in recognition of Sikh Heritage Month. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Kootenay East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in the House today to draw attention to the 72nd anniversary of Mount Baker Senior Secondary School, which opened in Cranbrook on April 6, 1951. As the largest school in the Kootenays and the only high school in Cranbrook, it holds a special place in the hearts of many in the community, including my uncle, who was in fact of the first graduating class in 1951, myself in the great graduating class of 1980, no comments, and my daughter Allie, who I will be super proud seeing graduate this year of 2023. MBSS was home to the Trojans and Trojanettes and have since been rebranded to the powerful Mount Baker Wild. There have been many changes over the years. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, the school is falling apart due to its age and is in desperate need to be replaced. After being open for more than 7 decades, the school has seen little progress to modernize and improve safety for students. For students and staff with mobility issues, the school is embarrassingly accessible with limitations. There is no elevator, and those are instead offered an old cumbersome stair lift to access the entire second floor. Over the years, our school district has worked tirelessly to address accessibility and ongoing safety issues, but have only been able to apply Band-Aid after Band-Aid, good money after bad, and it is our kids paying the price. Schools play such an important role in the lives of youth. They stimulate learning and growth and are often considered to be second homes for students. As the only high school in the largest city in the Kootenays, it is critical we address the current and future challenges this aging building presents. After 72 years, it is time for the school to be replaced. To enable our youth to learn in a safe, modern environment, it is important for all of us to pay attention to the state of our schools. Congratulations to the grads of 2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A week and a half ago, I had the honor of attending a ceremony for Lieutenant Massimo Sarantola, and where he was awarded a commendation and a Medal of Merit. Massimo is a Vancouver firefighter, and he lives in Port Moody, and he's a true local hero. On a quiet afternoon on March 25th of last year, Massimo was doing some yard work when he heard a commotion out on the street, and he became aware of a car fire. He immediately sprung into action, ran to the vehicle to confirm that no one was in the vehicle and that his neighbors were safe. But in that instant, as he stood 25 feet away from the burning vehicle, it exploded. As he pulled the burned clothing off his body, he immediately instructed his neighbors to keep his kids inside because he didn't want them to see his injuries. Even in that moment, he was thinking of others. Massimo spent the next 6 weeks in the burn unit with second and third degree burns to over 40% of his body. And during that time, his firefighting colleagues came in every day and brought him lunch and dinner. And he called the nurses in the hospital his angels because they fed him when he couldn't move his arms or hands. And through all this, he kept his characteristic smile and positive attitude. He says, quote, "Tough times don't last, tough people do." He doesn't like to be called a hero, Mr. Speaker. He refers to it as the H word. But on that day, his quick action kept people from getting too close to that burning vehicle. Without even a moment of hesitation, he made sure that everyone was safe. Those are the actions of a hero. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honourable Speaker, April 7th marks 5 years since the Humboldt Broncos bus crash, which tragically took the lives of 16 and sent shockwaves throughout the nation. Among the victims of this terrible tragedy was defenseman Logan Boulet of the Broncos, who helped to save and improve the lives of 6 people through organ donation. Logan's selfless act has opened up the conversation around organ donation, inspiring thousands of Canadians to register as donors and to carry Logan's legacy forward. Today, it is called the Logan Boulet Effect. Honourable Speaker, Friday, April 7th is Green Shirt Day, and on this day we join Canadians to honour, remember and recognize all of the victims and families of that fatal crash, and to continue Logan's legacy by inspiring Canadians to talk to their families and register as organ donors. In Canada, almost 90% of Canadians say they support organ donation, but sadly, only 32% have taken the time to register their intent to donate. Though donation rates have improved over the last 10 years, there is more to be done, as approximately 250 Canadians die annually awaiting an organ transplant. I believe that we can do better, Mr. Speaker. So on April 7th, I encourage everyone to wear green, to learn more about and to raise awareness of organ donation, and to take the bold step to register as an organ donor on transplant.bc.ca. By registering as a donor, we have the potential to save and improve the lives of those awaiting organ transplant, and I can't express enough the gratitude and support we have for those that have already registered. Mr. Speaker, let's get BC to a place where not a single person dies awaiting an organ transplant. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, the Premier released their latest new housing plan, and not surprisingly, it has few details. It will delay important decisions being made for many, many more months. And in a wonderful flashback to the 1990s budget, it also has numbers that absolutely, totally mislead the public in an effort to hide their housing failures. Now, it's important to recognize that after 6 years in their current housing plan, how have we done here in British Columbia? Well, we know we've got the highest housing prices in North America, 3rd highest on the planet, and we now have the highest average rents in the entire country, right here in the Lower Mainland of British Columbia. And instead of working with communities and saying, okay, let's establish the targets that allow us to get some density along transit and arterial corridors and ensure that the growth is consistent with the official community plans, this Premier and the NDP government want to impose 4 plexes in every single family neighbourhood in the province. What on earth have we got local government for if all of the key decisions are going to be made by this NDP government right here in Victoria? Every official community plan has now been rendered meaningless, completely meaningless. And I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that the Premier and this housing minister have not thought this through, and what few details we have frankly make it evident that they have no idea what they're doing. So my question to the Premier is, given the Premier's abysmal track record as a housing minister to date, based on the results we see, how on earth are British Columbians going to have any confidence that this latest plan they're coming up with all the inaccuracies it shows in it, is going to do anything other than give more failure to the public of British Columbia?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker, and I was very proud to be able to stand with the Premier to announce our housing strategy, housing for homes for people, Honourable Speaker. We know decades of underinvestment in housing. We know with interest rates going up that we have a real housing crisis, and we need action, Honourable Speaker. And that's what they got out of this strategy, Honourable Speaker. I was at the UBCM conference. The amount of people that came to us and said, this is what we needed. This is the strategy we needed, Honourable Speaker, was overwhelming. Overwhelming, Honourable Speaker. And you know what was... Oh, I heard the Leader of the Opposition speech, and quite frankly, it was hard to make sense of it. was hard to make sense of it, Honourable Speaker. I support the flipping tax, and then every day he comes in here and says he doesn't like taxes. He supports the flipping tax. And then he says, I don't like the gentle density in communities. And so, he was a developer for a long time. He doesn't like density. And then he spent the entire time talking about how we need more towers in communities, Honourable Speaker. And then he went on to talk about targets in communities and how he needs to put targets on communities. Honourable Speaker, they have no plan. They have no vision for housing. Honourable Speaker.
Members. Order, please.
Honourable Speaker, they have no plan, they have no vision for housing now. They had no vision for housing when they were in government for 16 years because they did nothing, Honourable Speaker. They did nothing. And if you talk to stakeholder after stakeholder, they will say decades of underinvestment is the reason why we're in this challenge, Honourable Speaker. So we are proud of our strategy, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, to the core of this housing strategy is to ensure that young people can continue to live in British Columbia. When a house gets torn down and another house gets put up, it's not affordable for people, Honourable Speaker. And I'm not saying that single dwelling homes are going to be gone. If a person can afford one and they want one, the market will ensure that those housing units continue to get built, Honourable Speaker. But for far too many, that's not affordable. And so what we're doing here, Honourable Speaker, is providing options for people. We want to ensure that young people can continue to stay in British Columbia, Honourable Speaker. We want to ensure that seniors can have their grandkids close to them. And that's what this strategy is about, Honourable Speaker.
Leader of the Official Opposition, supplemental.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what I care about, what the public cares about, are actual results. And as I pointed out, we've got the worst results in North America. Just to be clear, so that Housing Minister understands, with their great plans and apparently their genius in understanding the housing sector, they've managed to single-handedly get us to the worst place in North America for housing prices and rents. Tell you this, Mr. Speaker, when I left government in 2013, the average townhome in Surrey was about $400,000. Today, under the genius of the NDP, it's now over $1 million for a typical townhouse. That's the kind of results they've generated. I've always said, Mr. Premier, we've always said on this side, we need to flood the zone with more of everything. We need more market rental, more affordable rental, more condos, more townhouse. But we also recognize that we need to work with local governments to make sure it's consistent with the plan of life that they've laid out for the community. Now, if the member opposite and the government opposite had listened to the voices like this opposition in the private sector that were warning them years ago when they first came out with their housing plan that didn't even talk about housing supply, they wouldn't be in the situation they're in today, where they just loaded on all these costs and taxes to housing. But if we're going to do housing right, Mr. Speaker, it's got to be smart. It's got to make sure that the housing is going to be on those transit corridors and those arterial corridors, and that you're working with local governments to make sure it's consistent with the vision they have for their local situation in the local communities. But to say that every single family residence in the province of British Columbia is going to be upzoned because these people think they know best is the wrong decision. It's not going to get the results you need if you talk to anyone that knows anything about the housing sector. Mr. Speaker, what that's going to do to already overcrowded schools. For example, in a place like Surrey, where this government promised to eliminate all portables in the first 4 years, and today we've got more portables than we've ever had, and now they want to make every single family lot a fourplex. Imagine what that's going to do to the schools and the hospitals and the infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. I'll conclude with this. I want to say, instead of working with local governments and making sure that the growth and the density that we're talking about that we all agree we need is going to be in the areas where it makes sense, where it's good for the environment, good for transit, good for cycling and walking. Why has this minister and this premier decided that every single family home is going to be now zoned to a fourplex in British Columbia?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And when that member left government, Honourable Speaker, it was a good day for British Columbia.
Members. Members, come to order. Members will come to order now.
Honourable Speaker, it was a good day because of the cuts this person brought to this province, Honourable Speaker.
No, please.
Okay.
Through the chair.
Honourable Speaker, now, what the Leader of the Official Opposition, you can't have it both ways, Honourable Speaker. You can't say we need density and then say we don't want density. You can't have it both ways. Okay?
You know best.
Oh, and he says he knows best. He says he knows best. Honourable Speaker.
Members. Member will come to order now. Please continue.
Honourable Speaker, we worked with stakeholders. Honourable Speaker, we worked with stakeholders on this strategy. I'm very proud of it, Honourable Speaker. It is going to move British Columbia in a good way, Honourable Speaker. And again, to the core, what we're talking about here, Honourable Speaker, is the ability for young families to be able to get into the housing market. That's what we're talking about here, Honourable Speaker. That's what we're talking about. We want a place here in British Columbia where a young person can actually access the home, where people can raise their kids in the same neighbourhood that they grew up in, Honourable Speaker. That's what we're talking about here, Honourable Speaker. When a house is torn down, and if it's only a house that's built, that is only affordable for some people. If they can afford it, they'll buy it, and as I said, the market will deliver for them, Honourable Speaker. But for too many, we need more options. That's what this plan is about, Honourable Speaker. And you know, there's been stakeholders that have come out in favour. And the member may know Neil Moody, who's the CEO of the Canadian Home Builders. He said there's so many cases where we've got problems with people that have been in their homes for many years and they're house rich and cash poor. This type of strategy, Honourable Speaker, is going to be able to ensure that people like this woman Kathleen in my community was able to tear her house down, build 4 units on the same lot where she is living with her husband, and all her kids are in the units there, Honourable Speaker. Imagine the opportunity for people to be able to have all their family living with them on one site, Honourable Speaker. This is going to unlock more homes for people in a quicker way, Honourable Speaker. I'm proud of the strategy. It's unfortunate that they can't figure out what they stand for on that side, Honourable Speaker.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what conference the minister was at yesterday, but certainly it wasn't the same one I was at in speaking to the people at my table and their response to this new housing plan. I'd also wonder about all these kids and families that the minister professes to be concerned about providing housing for as a result of this complete debacle with all of these condos now moving to 55 plus, because they are certainly not going to be living in those condos. So right on the heels of that chaos with the Strata Act changes, the Premier is now asking us to trust him as he botches another major change to family housing. So the Premier talked about California and what's happening with California. Well, I'll tell you, California's legislation targeted development around transit corridors and included reasonable limits to protect low-income families and deter speculation. This side of the House does not have a problem with density. It's concerned that it is not done the right way, it is not targeted in the right places, and it's being done irresponsibly without the respect of the communities that it's being forced upon. This Premier has done none of those things on this back-of-envelope plan, and communities are already saying that infrastructure will not be in place. Richmond Mayor Malcolm Brody says, quote, "Do you have the sewers and the pipes and the water supplies? Everything that it takes. And we're just going to assume that traffic is going to take care of itself," end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, why is the Premier eliminating single-family homes province-wide instead of targeting the missing middle in communities where it's most needed?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I have to correct the member. We are not eliminating single-family homes. Single-family homes can still be built in communities, Honourable Speaker. If people can afford them, and they want them, the market will deliver those homes still, Honourable Speaker. What we're providing here is options. Honourable Speaker, we're providing options for more people to get into the housing market. You can't have it both ways. You can't come out there and say, I'm pro-density, I want towers everywhere, but don't build units in communities, Honourable Speaker. Don't come to Vancouver, Colchena, Honourable Speaker. That's what I hear. I hear, don't come to Vancouver, Colchena. We don't want more people in our community, but everywhere else, go ahead and build it, Honourable Speaker. That is not an acceptable response. That's not leadership, Honourable Speaker. That's not leadership. Honourable Speaker.
Members.
Now, Honourable Speaker, when it comes to Richmond, I think Richmond is an example of showing how it can be done. If you go to Richmond, you will see fourplexes, you will see row houses, you will see triplexes, Honourable Speaker. The community has that right now. The message we're saying is if it can be successful in one part of the community, it can be successful everywhere. Now, the members talk about transit-oriented development. I'm glad they've caught up, because that's in the strategy here as well. Imagine this, Honourable Speaker, they all of a sudden are alive to the idea that we should be building housing near transit. Do they not know the entire time they were in government there was a policy that said we could not buy land near transit stations to build housing? Do they not know that, Honourable Speaker? That's what we are. That's what we've changed. Oh, he says who built it? Who built the transit? I'll tell you who built it. I did. Oh, it was temporary foreign workers, Honourable Speaker. It was temporary foreign workers that came in to work on the Richmond line. Oh yeah.
Thank you.
We can talk about that at greater lengths, Honourable Speaker.
Members. Hold on. Enough. Shh. Member. We have young kids in the audience. They're here to learn and see the democracy in action. This is not what we want to show. Both sides. Okay? Please conclude.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Philip McKellar from Homes for Living says the government seems to get it. On small-scale multi-unit change, I would like to say that this makes a dent in the supply side of the equation, and the evidence for this is in New Zealand, and that has had an impact on house prices there as well. Casey Edge, Executive Director of Victoria Residential Builders Association, I think this has enormous potential, Honourable Speaker. Small-scale multi-unit zone changing will help it'll help people that need something bigger than a condo but can't afford a single family. Honourable Speaker, I've got pages of this, so if they want to keep asking questions, I'm happy to share that with
you. Member for West Vancouver, Capilano, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where to even go from there? Smart planning is what's needed. Smart planning. With development focused on transit corridors with proper plans, schools, hospitals, and basic infrastructure already in place to support growing populations. But the absence of any specific details and answers to basic questions in the Premier's back-of-envelope housing plan is causing chaos, and it's holding up these homes that we desperately need. Kevin Murdoch, the mayor of Oak Bay, says he expects, quote, lag of development because if I was a developer right now, I'd probably stop working on projects and wait 6 months, end quote. This will have a disastrous impact on building much needed housing in our community today. So, Mr. Speaker, is the Premier seriously going to tell every municipality to stop development for 6 months while they wait to figure out how the Premier is going to impose fourplexes on every single family neighbourhood?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Again, the contradictions. First question say, you're doing it, you shouldn't be doing it. Now they're saying, why can't you do it fast enough, Honourable Speaker? Why can't you do it faster? Because we want the housing to be developed. You can't have it both ways, Honourable Speaker. Again, let me share some additional quotes for the member, Honourable Speaker. We had Andy Yan, who's a well-known housing policy advocate, said, I think overall this housing plan really covers a larger spectrum in terms of housing policy. It covers supply, it covers demand, and it covers finance. which I think is a really smart way of moving towards trying to house all British Columbians. Honourable Speaker, the Mayor of Saanich said, I'm really pleased to see the province taking this challenge very seriously. I've got a councillor in my community, Dylan Kruger, maybe they may know him. He also came out and said, this is a fantastic policy. You know why, Honourable Speaker? Because young councillors understand that are trying to get into the housing market that we have to find innovative solutions to ensure there's options for young families to get into the housing market. That's who we're fighting for, Honourable Speaker. We should all be together to fight for young families to be able to get housing in communities. Not all of them can afford a single dwelling home. I appreciate some can, and they will be able to buy them. The housing will exist. But for those that can't, we need more options, Honourable Speaker. That's why we're doing this work.
House Leader, third party.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the same week that the Premier stood in front of a $1 million townhome and declared his housing affordability plan, he's scattering the homeless population in Vancouver's downtown east side. Just hours ago, people's belongings were thrown in garbage trucks, street cameras were rendered inoperable, barricades were put up to keep the public away. It's complete erosion of public trust, Mr. Speaker. The Premier promised to resolve this decades-old crisis in the downtown east side. In November, he promised 90 temporary shelter units for the neighbourhood. The deadline's passed, and those units are nowhere to be seen. Today, what we see is not leadership, it's policing poverty. The sweeps have never worked. Year after year, month after month, people displaced without a plan, and look where it's gotten us, to today. To the Premier, where does he suggest the most vulnerable people in our society go?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. This is certainly a challenging issue. The City of Vancouver notified me this morning that they were going to move in and move on the encampment. Honourable Speaker, we have been working closely with the City of Vancouver on housing, on related issues, on supporting people with mental health. Honourable Speaker, and I agree with the Mayor. I agree with the Mayor that it's not safe right now. The encampment on Hastings in particular is not safe. The fire risks are great. Many of the housing units that we have on Hastings have been at risk with some of the fires that have happened. We know that there was a recent report from a not-for-profit that interviewed 50 women, and all 50 of them had been reported to be sexually assaulted. And so, Honourable Speaker, we have been working with local government in particular, but we've been working with not-for-profit partners to work with the individuals that are in the encampment. We have been able to house 90 of them, which was, I think, a positive thing. We estimated there was around 70 people that said that they would be interested in housing. We have shelter spaces open. I've been getting reports that people have been leaving the encampment and going to shelter spaces, Honourable Speaker, which is positive, and we're going to continue to work with the city to expand the opportunities. We have 330 additional units that are coming on by the end of June, 100 every month. 100 this month, 100 next month, 100 next month. We have additional units coming this fall, and the city has been moving on some of the projects that we've already approved and saying, you know what, we can actually add more density to those units because we know the need is great. So all that work is happening, but it is a challenging situation.
Member supplemental.
No doubt it's a challenging situation. It's been a challenging situation for more than a decade, Mr. Speaker. It's kind of shocking to hear that the Mayor just called the Minister of Housing today. The rumors have been floating around social media for the last couple of days that this action was going to be taken. The Premier has said that he's worried about fires and the assaults that the Minister of Housing has pointed out, and I agree, and I think we agree that there is safety issues and concerns at the encampment. But the Premier also hasn't mentioned the fires, the assaults, and the disgusting conditions at the SROs in the province, which is part of the solution that this province has, apparently. A man living on the sidewalk in downtown Eastside said that he feels that he's safer on the street. He said they face overdoses, violent deaths, assaults, filthy conditions in those dilapidated buildings. The Premier says that this is a safety issue, but let's be clear, rounding up people and moving them inside without fixing the deplorable situations in the SROs is not ensuring safety. Scattering people across the communities of the Lower Mainland isn't making those most vulnerable people in our society more safe. The Premier wants dignified housing for people, but it appears that he actually wants them off the street more, Mr. Speaker. To the Premier, can he confirm that there is dignified housing, like he promised, available today, not the end of June, today, for every person that is being displaced by this action in downtown Vancouver today?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and again, thanks to the member for the question. He is correct. The challenges that are faced by many, especially around the downtown east side, are decades in the making. It is a complex situation. We are working with our partners, all partners, to find paths to get people into safe and adequate housing. So I'll make a couple of comments. One, some SROs are not in great shape. We have SROs that are very old. The buildings are in tough shape, and we're working with our partners to renovate, to make them safer, and all that work is happening. We know over the long term that we need to move away from the SRO model, and that work has also begun. City of Vancouver, CMHC, and BC Housing have been working together on what does that plan look like. But we also know, and the member will know also, activists will tell you that for now, a lot of those SRO spaces are adequate housing for people. We, in fact, have activists come to us often to say an SRO building is going on sale, the province should buy it, because people understand for the time being it's adequate housing. And so shelter spaces are available. We're moving people into shelter spaces. And I will say to the member that I would say that right now the shelter spaces are safer than the encampment for people. Given the fires, given the increased crime, the shelters are a safer place for people. And then when they get into shelters, we assess their needs. From there, we move them into different housing units. We have housing units coming on in the short term. By June, 330. We actually have hundreds more coming in the fall. We're building these capacity as fast as we can to get people housed.
Member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, under this soft on crime premier, social disorder and chaos on our streets has never been worse, and small businesses have been completely deserted by this government and left to fend for themselves. The Premier's decision to purchase motels and warehouse individuals with severe mental health and addictions issues without providing any proper supports has created a large part of this utter chaos in the downtowns across this province. When you layer on the soft and crime Premier's catch and release system, businesses are feeling powerless against the chronic and violent shoplifters they are dealing with on a daily basis. Small businesses are being pummeled as people feel unsafe shopping downtown and on all the extra costs, replacing broken windows and glass and installing security systems, addressing fires, staff safety issues, and the violence that is coming at an increasing level with the shoplifting. So, Mr. Speaker, with so many small businesses barely hanging on, when will this soft on crime finally provide them with the financial relief they desperately have been asking for and seeking, as this government sits on their hands and does nothing to help the business community?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. You know, the member talks about us as a government buying motels, moving people indoors. Yes, we did. We did that, Honourable Speaker, through the pandemic. We did that because people were struggling and we needed to do everything we could to get people housed. So yes, we did that, Honourable Speaker. And we're proud of the actions we took, Honourable Speaker. We saved a lot of people's lives, Honourable Speaker, by giving them the housing and the mental health supports and the wraparound supports we have. Honourable Speaker, and if we had the opportunity and this all happened again, we would do it again because, Honourable Speaker, these folks that we're talking about are some of the most vulnerable people. And so, you know, the member from Saanich asked me a question about encampments, and I'll say the same thing again. We are working every single opportunity we see, we are trying to capture to ensure that people have housing, they have the mental health supports, they have the addiction supports, they have whatever supports they need, whether maybe it's even connecting with their family members, Honourable Speaker. All those things are being put in place to help people because, Honourable Speaker, we know Honourable Speaker, we know that when you can provide people housing, you provide them the stability and provide them, then you can give them the additional supports they need. That is the path that we know has worked in other jurisdictions, and we're going to continue to do that work.
Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Premier's decision to warehouse people without supports, coupled with his catch and release policies, have left businesses all across this province and all of our communities defenseless against chronic and violent actions that they're dealing with every single day. I will highlight one such business in Kamloops. For 43 years, Mindy and Nina have owned Stereo Warehouse and Sisters Sleep Gallery. They have faced massive increases in shoplifting, vandalism, having to deal with broken glass, fires and overdoses virtually every other day, it seems. This has been escalating and getting worse and worse for the past 5 years. Their customers don't feel safe. Often their employees aren't feeling safe, and Nina and Mindy are not feeling safe. Mindy says, and I quote, "We are constantly being threatened and called names. Some individuals have threatened to slit our throats and rape us. We're here to run a business and make a living, not to be traumatized by all of this. Our lives, mental health, and financial health are all at risk." Mr. Speaker, businesses like Mindy's and Nina's are desperate for something, anything from this government to address the crime, the vandalism that they are facing daily, and that threatens to drive them out of business. So the question is this: when will the Premier provide some financial relief to these desperate businesses who are literally hanging by a thread due to the purposeful decisions that the Premier has made to warehouse people without supports and to continue with soft on crime catch and release policies?
Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I think the problem is in how the member asked the question. He sees this as warehousing people, Honourable Speaker? Warehousing people? This is providing housing for people, providing wraparound supports for people so they can get back on their feet, Honourable Speaker. This is not a production line. This is not a business operation.
Members. No side commentary, please.
I won't go there, Honourable Speaker.
No side commentary, please.
Honourable Speaker, my family ran a business here, a small business, a restaurant here in Victoria, downtown, for many years. We often had to deal with violent situations. We often had to deal with people who came in intoxicated. We had to deal with windows being broken. Honourable Speaker, it's hard. It's hard running a small business with challenges in the neighbourhood. But Honourable Speaker, the way you address those challenges is you help provide people housing, you provide the wraparound supports like we're doing, Honourable Speaker. You help them get stability in their lives, Honourable Speaker. So this is not warehousing people, Honourable Speaker. This is housing people, and we're going to continue to do that work.
The bell and question period. Members, I have the honor to present report from the representative for children and youth toward inclusion, the need to improve access to mental health services for children and youth with members. I'm presenting a report from the representative for children and youth. It's titled Toward Inclusion, the need to improve access to mental health services for children and youth with neurodevelopmental conditions. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this chamber I call continued Committee of the Whole on Bill 11, Elections Amendment Act. In Section A, I call the estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. In Section C, I call estimates of Ministry of Energy, Mines, Low Carbon Innovation. And once the estimates are concluded, I call the estimates of Ministry of Municipal Affairs.
Committee chairs.
Minister for Emergency Management and Climate Change Strategy.
Close.
Oh, sorry, reading the wrong one, sorry. Minister of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
I'll take it, but I seek leave to make an introduction, Chair.
Is leave granted, members? Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to introduce the House today to Squamish Nation Elder Chief Byron John Joseph, son of the late Stanley Joseph and Carolyn Joseph. Born on April 15th, 1953, he grew up in Oslahan, which is also known as Mission Indigenous Reserve No. 1 in North Vancouver. A proud Indigenous man, he served on the Squamish Nation Council for 36 years and was the longest-standing member with the Indian Residential School Survivors Society Board at over 25 years. He married his love, Brenda Gale Joseph, and he had many children, Sandra, Kono, Brianna, Bianca, and Kaya, and many more grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I would like the House to know him as I know him. Kind, loving, with a great sense of humor, he was generous with his teachings and held about him an unwavering positivity that was often accompanied by hearty laughter. He drew strength from his ancestors, Honourable Chair, and joins us now in spirit as one of those ancestors that future generations will draw on for strength in return. Byron passed this week on April 2nd, 2023. I will miss seeing him at powwows and community events. I will miss his smiles and his teachings. Would the House please join me in offering our condolences to his family and community during this time of mourning.
Thank you, Minister. Just going to get staff into the appropriate place and we'll get this committee underway. Thank you, members. All right, members, we'll get the committee underway. We're here for Bill 11, the Election Amendment Act 2023. And last day we finished up, we were on Clause 39. So shall Clause 39 pass? Oh, member for Abbotsford West on Clause 39.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. And as you may recall, we were perilously close to finishing, but kindly I had an opportunity over the break to review some of my notes, and which would give us a chance to go back to Section 1, or Clause 1, to revisit. We won't go back to Clause 1.
I don't think we will, no.
But we will go to Clause 42, Honourable Chair.
Okay, shall Clause 39 pass? So ordered. Clause 40 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 41 pass? So ordered. Shall Clause 42 pass? Member for Abbotsford West on Clause 42.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Can the Attorney provide a summary? We can all read the addition, the prohibition against collusion, but maybe in plain language, advise the committee of the kind of conduct this section, this new section, is intended to prohibit and prevent from happening.
Attorney.
Thank you. So this provision is meant to ensure the independence of the third-party advertising from the candidate, so any third-party sponsor. For example, if the candidate was seen to be doing things like providing photos to the third party that was advertising, or direct communications or supplying content for the advertising, then that would be seen as breaking this rule under this amendment.
Member.
Thanks. That's, Honourable Chair, so a good place to start. So we've got a situation in which we are in a pre-election period or an election period. We have candidates and we have the parties that they are affiliated with, and they are governed by a certain set of requirements around the raising of monies, the expenditure of monies, advertising, some further restrictions in this material about the content and its accuracy. And then we have this other group of third parties who are entitled under the rules of the legislation to present views and ideas and thoughts on issues relevant to that electoral contest. But there are restrictions here, including the sharing of information. The term collusion, I think, is very purposeful and very deliberate. And what it suggests to me is that a third party that may bring a particular perspective to an election contest may have a preferred candidate or preferred political party whose interests they are interested in advancing. But even a conversation, any communication between that third party and a candidate or political organization hinting at their desire to highlight a particular issue, the timing around that strikes me that under the rubric of collusion, any conversation, any exchange of information, any discussion between that third party sponsor and a contestant or political party would be in violation of this provision. Am I overstating that, or is that essentially accurate?
Minister.
Yes, so this provision is related, as the member I think was suggesting, to any type of collusion, including of sharing information with respect to that election advertising that's been conducted by the third party. And so yes, it is a very strong provision related to making sure that there's no sharing of information, no communication related to that election advertising.
Member.
So let's take an example of a group that might want to draw attention to certain land use decisions or pending land use decisions, and they have some pronounced views on them. It might relate to resource related activities, and seeks to advance those views through some properly documented and accounted for third-party advertising, wants to ensure the accuracy of its information and contacts maybe their local MLA, or maybe their local MLA is a minister or a minister's office, and says, I just want to confirm that the amount of acreage or hectarage, the area involved here is an X number of 1,000 square hectares or 1,000 hectares. That presumably would happen now in violation of this and would be captured by the rules against obtaining information, exchanging information, or in any way colluding. Again, my question is, is that correct? Well, I'll start. Have I characterized that correctly?
Attorney.
So as we talked about, I think at length last time, the CEO would have the conduct of implementing and interpreting the legislation. This particular provision, like many, is a recommendation from the CEO. And what it seeks to do is to provide more clarity. We already know that third-party advertising meant to be independent. And it provides a prohibition and more clarity of what the actions are and in terms of the definition of how that shows up. So you know, in situations where there's sharing of information that is related to an election advertising that's conducted by the third-party sponsor, then that would be prohibited. So it could be potentially, like the member suggests, that scenario, but be up to the chief electoral officer to determine.
Member.
Thanks. I don't take issue with the description from the attorney about who the initial adjudicator is. I think on a provision like this, providing some guidance through our discussion in this committee is important. It may be the recommendations of the chief electoral officer, but it is ultimately the government's legislation, and having the government via the attorney explain what this actually means, and from a practical point of view, and what it is intended to capture is important. I'll give another example. A third party sponsor is a defined term under the Act and is known to the Act, and it's used in various places in the Act. A third party sponsor is entitled, as long as they are reporting and registering appropriately, for example, to endorse a candidate, to endorse a political party. they may wish to draw attention to a part of the platform of a candidate. Could be an independent candidate, could be a candidate with a political party, and say, on this issue that we care about, candidate X and party X have said the following, and we have verified with them that it means is following, and we urge people to take that into account and possibly lend their support to that. It strikes me that that risks running afoul now of these provisions that contact between these third-party sponsors and candidate or a political party becomes very problematic and certainly exposes both parties to the allegation that they have colluded in a way that the Act purports to prohibit.
Attorney.
So in that scenario, it would be unlikely, in my view, that would classify as collusion. Collusion implies underlying some kind of intent in order to work together or share information with respect of an election advertising conducted by the party.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, I'll try to refine this a little bit. It seems to me that a third-party sponsor who contacts a political party and says, we want to run an ad in a particular area of public policy, your platform says X, what additional information do you have that we can use to highlight your approach to this issue, which may or may not lead to an endorsement in our ad? And that may be the intent, but it strikes me that that is prohibited. That kind of conversation is prohibited.
Attorney.
So the goal of this provision, again, is about transparency and I guess assuring that there's independence between the two parties. So I would say to the members' hypothetical situation that I'll start by saying, of course, it's the Chief Electoral Officer decision on the discretion that we grant to them under this legislation. But the word collusion, I think, is a clear word in this provision that sets a high bar when it comes to working together for an election campaign. So in the member's scenario, where it's somebody receiving information, I mean, I think it would be up to the Chief Electoral Officer to decide, but it doesn't sound like collusion in that scenario.
Member.
Honourable Chair, when does the prohibition against collusion kick in? So is it outside of pre-election periods and the campaign period, election campaign period, does the prohibition exist then? I'm thinking not, because people have to register as third party. The registration of a third party sponsor is relevant to those election periods. But can a party that knows it is going to be a third party sponsor, can it avoid the application of these provisions by having whatever kinds of discussion, well, in the language of the Act, by colluding with a candidate or political party in advance of the pre-election period?
Attorney.
So we'll start with the general overview of the Elections Act, which is really the purpose of it is to regulate elections in BC during elections time. And the way this provision would work is once you're a third-party sponsor and you're registered as one, this is an obligation that is upon you not to collude with respect to election advertising. And so that's the kind of trigger point. And the election advertising obviously is associated with the election.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So theoretically, an organization that knew it was intending to become a third-party sponsor and register under the provisions of the Act for a forthcoming election, one of the ways to avoid the limitations imposed by this new prohibition would be to have whatever conversations it wished to have, to engage in whatever collusion it wished to engage in, simply prior to registering as a third-party sponsor and conducting any advertising.
Attorney.
Okay, so we've been having a very interesting discussion over here on that question, and in the scenario that the member raised, you could imagine in this scenario, it's eventually a third-party sponsor that is, under the example, colluding under this definition for election advertising conducted during an election, right? I think that was the kind of, but the conversation might have happened in the pre-election period to lead to that collusion. So, you know, it may be open to the CEO in that scenario because it's ongoing in a sense, it's ongoing because the election advertising is going on during the campaign to look at evidence of that collusion that may have occurred prior to inform the decision of whether collusion existed by that third-party sponsor for that election advertisement.
Attorney, member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. Right. Well, once again, the best way to sort of analyze how this might work or where there might be gaps is through an example. So let's refine that a bit further. In advance of, some months in advance of the election, so we're outside of the writ and pre-writ period as defined by the Act, local downtown business association comes to me and says, okay, you're our candidate, we want to support you, we're going to eventually register as a third-party sponsor, and we're going to take out some advertising that we hope will reflect positively on you and influence people to vote for you. And then says, well, let's talk about timing so we can maximize the impact of our, we're thinking that we'll take out some 12-page ads in the first and third and fourth week of the, anyway, that kind of conversation takes place, but it takes place 6 months in advance of the pre-writ period in an election year when we supposedly know when the election is going to be, and there, I mean, I've given a fairly low-level example of that kind of conversation. It could be more elaborate than that in terms of television or online presence for that organization. My reading of the Act is that as long as that agency, once it becomes a third-party sponsor, doesn't engage in any further discussion following their registration as a third-party sponsor, that they have done nothing to violate the provisions of this clause. That's my reading. So in that, and if I'm right, then what the clause really says, or what not what the clause says, but the impact of the clause might be to say to interested third parties, get all your coordination and collusion out of the way well in advance of the pre-writ period.
Attorney.
So I just want to say clearly that the intent of the legislation is to capture collusion when it's with respect to election advertising. And I think it's clear whether, you know, it's not that we're trying to say just do it before, like the member suggests. And I would trust the CEO to examine the election advertising and the third-party sponsor and the conduct of the election to determine whether scenarios, there's various ones we talked about, reach the level of collusion with respect to that election advertising.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair, and I'm not going to belabor this much further, but I do think there's an important point here for us to interpret at the time of birth of this. The Act says a third-party sponsor must not, and then everything flows from that. But if you're not yet a third-party sponsor, then I don't see how the provisions can apply. And the member can say, well, the CEO might want to look back, but the CEO cannot apply provisions that do not exist. If the response from the third-party sponsor to the CEO is, well, sure we had talks, but I wasn't a third-party sponsor then. And there's nothing in this Act that I see, or in this part of the Act, that says, and by the way, I'm not sure that offends me. I just think it's important that we be upfront about how potential third-party advertisers can avoid the provisions of this clause.
Attorney.
So I think we've established in this discussion that the idea of collusion is something that implies a standard of coordination, working together, sharing your information like polling data, for example. And, you know, there's nothing that's restricting the CEO in terms of which evidence he may use to determine whether that collusion is going on. And specifically when it's related to election advertising by the third-party sponsor that's ongoing during a campaign. So I think that, you know, a simple conversation may not do it in the view of the CEO, but the ongoing collaboration, collusion, or sharing of information for that election advertising may do it. And I would leave it to the CEO to do that.
Member.
Okay, I'll merely say this and then move on and ask a different question. I don't think this is fanciful or speculative on our collective parts here. I think third-party sponsors are eventually going to become alive to this, and in a moment I'm going to ask about political parties and candidates and how they might need to be alive to this. And they are going to want to know whether they can have conversations and exchanges with potential candidates and political parties in advance of having registered as a third-party sponsor. My reading of the Act says they can, that they can't be held to have violated the provisions of the Act if at the time those conversations or exchanges take place, they are not captured by the Act. So you know, the attorney says, well, the CEO will figure it out. I'm sure he will. But for the people who will have a direct interest in this, that'll be pretty thin gruel. They're going to want to know at some point. I mean, at maximum, I guess we're, what, 18 months or 16 months away from an election. So third parties are going to start getting interested and want to know what they can do and what they can't do. And hopefully the question they ask is, what can they do legally and what can they do that now becomes illegal? Can I ask the attorney what triggers an investigation and possible finding and imposition of sanction here? Is it, and we had this conversation in the context of other provisions, is it exclusively initiated by the Chief Electoral Officer, or is this also a complaints-driven process where information is provided to the Chief Electoral Officer that he or she chooses to act upon and commence an investigation?
Attorney.
So the clear message that we're sending with this legislation, and I will send again today, is don't collude with third-party advertising for election campaigns. And with respect to how it's going to be monitored, it's how the oversight's complaint-driven and monitored by the Chief Electoral Officer, like the previous discussion we had.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I think it's not this section, but it might be the next clause, but I'll ask it and then I won't ask it again. There are sanctions associated if the Chief Electoral Officer finds that there has been collusion in contravention of this provision. The Chief Electoral Officer is empowered to impose sanction. Do the provisions restrict the imposition of sanction on the third-party sponsor, or can the Chief Electoral Officer impose sanction on both the third-party sponsor and a political candidate or political party or political constituency association?
Attorney.
So under, I think we're on section 43 now. The provision is specifically on third-party sponsors.
Shall clause 42 pass? Member for Abbotsford West on clause 42.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. So is it, well, I'll ask it in a blanket way then. Aside from the third-party sponsor, are there any provisions in this package of amendments that would seek to impose sanction on either the political party, the political candidate, or a registered constituency association for participating in the collusion that is prohibited here?
Attorney.
If they were colluding to evade spending limits, then that's how you would capture some of the organizations brought up by the member.
Member.
Yeah, the attorney has offered lots of helpful answers and information. That's unfortunately not one of them. I get that. I understand that. There's other provisions of the Act that relate to spending limits. This is a new provision that prohibits collusion between two entities. I see where there is sanction provided against one of those entities for colluding for any, and it doesn't have to just be about spending limits. This is a blanket prohibition on collusion. My question is, We know that the Chief Electoral Officer can impose sanction on the third-party sponsor. Does the Act or the amendment allow the Chief Electoral Officer to impose sanction on the politician or the political party?
Attorney.
So in the context of these sections, this is specifically related to the conduct of third-party sponsors and ensuring that if you're registered as a third-party sponsor, you understand your obligations of independence. So the policy reasons for landing on that where we did, which is, as the member pointed out, the penalties associated with the lack of independence are for the third-party sponsor. Now, there are many other, as I mentioned briefly before, ways that the Chief Electoral Officer can ensure that political parties, constituency assistants, all of those things are spending their money appropriately or advertising appropriately or all those things associated with their own conduct. But this was specifically about ensuring that third-party sponsors understand their role to be independent and face consequences if they act contrary to that.
Member.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. But surely that is an obligation that should also accrue to the political organization. I mean, practically, there are certainly very sophisticated third-party sponsors, I'll grant you that. But there are a lot of unsophisticated third-party sponsors who want at election time to have a message heard, a view expressed, and they go to the trouble of registering and do this properly. But they're not experts at the Elections Act. And what the attorney is, the regime seems to contemplate is that in circumstances where two parties are colluding contrary to the law, only one of those parties can have penalties imposed on them. I mean, that frankly seems a little convenient for the politicians in town, who will be who, if anyone should know what's in the Act, it should be if, there are some candidates who are new and it's hard enough for them, but surely political parties will need to know what is in the Act. So it seems what the attorney is seeking to create here is a circumstance in which a political party and a third-party sponsor who are caught colluding contrary to these provisions, the only party that suffers any sanction is the third party, and it's the third party sponsor, and the political party, or the politician, walks away scot-free. That doesn't seem fair.
Attorney.
As I said earlier, there are other parts of the Act that could attach sanction against the parties that the member mentioned, like, for example, overspending, for example, because the collusion reads to that, or not using authorization statements, things like that. So you're correct in the member's correct in the analysis of where this sanction is attached to, but there are other provisions where I'm sure the CEO would take a look at the political part of the other party that may attract sanctions.
Member.
Okay, thanks, Honourable Chair. Well, what I can say is this: the exchange has been useful. I did not come into this conversation knowing or thinking that that's where it would take us. I think that's unfair. I think that politicians and political parties should be asked to live by the same set of rules and exposed to the same penalties as others when it comes to rules around elections and election advertising, because by and large it'll be political parties and politicians that have the better knowledge of what is in the law that tends to evolve from time to time. Anyway, I think it has been a useful exchange to illuminate what I think is a gap, and I would say in this, for me the gap is serious enough to, on this particular section, register some reservations, and I'll do that in the traditional way momentarily.
Shall clause 42 vote? Shall clause 42 pass?
Aye. Nay and on division.
Okay. On division. Shall clause 43 pass?
I think that's it.
Okay. Yeah. Shall clause 44 through 48 pass? So ordered. And I believe there's an amendment coming to add a 48.1. Attorney.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. I moved the amendment to Bill 11 to add clause 48.1, standing in my name in the orders of the day.
Thank you, Attorney. Shall clause 40, the amendment 48.1 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 49 pass? So ordered. Shall clause 50 to 52 pass? So ordered. The schedule pass? So ordered. Shall the title pass? So ordered. This committee, yes. Attorney.
I move that the committee rise and report the bill complete with amendment.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thank you, members. Just 1 second. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, we'll report out to the Speaker now. Thank you. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee reports Bill 11 complete with amendment.
When shall the bill be considered as reported? Government House Leader?
Next sitting.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Sorry? Okay. Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading of Bill number 21 entitled the Civil Forfeiture Amendment Act 2023.
All right.
Recognizing the Minister for Public Safety and Solicitor General.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I move that the bill now be read a second time. Honourable Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise today to speak about Bill 21, the Civil Forfeiture Amendment Act 2023. The Civil Forfeiture Act, Honourable Speaker, allows government to seek the forfeiture of property that is proceeds of or tools of unlawful activity. BC's Civil Forfeiture Office undermines the profit motive behind unlawful activity by targeting houses, cars, cash, and luxury goods connected to organized crime. The Civil Forfeiture Office uses forfeiture proceeds to cover its own operating costs and distributes the balance to community grants across this province. Over $70 million in forfeited funds have gone to crime prevention and victim services programs since 2006. Civil forfeiture depends on information provided by public bodies and organizations like credit agencies. The Director of Civil Forfeiture is entitled to information that is reasonably required to carry out their mandate. The Director is currently able to access information from public bodies that are prescribed under the Act. In this legislation, to approved efficiency, the Director's ability to access information held by other public bodies as well as certain organizations would be set out in the Act rather than in regulation. Limits on the scope of disclosure will be in place, and these changes would align the Director's information collection powers with those of other statutory decision makers in British Columbia and other forfeiture offices in this country. Law enforcement often refers property that was used in illegal cannabis grow-ops to the Civil Forfeiture Office. Even if there are hundreds of unauthorized plants growing at one location, the Civil Forfeiture Office must bring in expert evidence to establish that the property was used for unlawful activity. This is costly and consumes valuable court time. This bill would allow the court to presume that property was used for unlawful activity if the police discover an illicit number of cannabis plants growing on the premises. Defendants would have the opportunity to show the court the presumption is unfounded. Organized crime members often drive financed vehicles as a way to insulate themselves against asset forfeiture. They have little equity in the vehicle, and so they carry little risk if it is forfeited. Currently, the director must seek forfeiture of financed vehicles in court, even if the defendant has only modest equity. This is a lengthy and costly process, but an alternative forfeiture process is available. Administrative forfeiture is currently used for property that is worth less than $75,000 and has no liens on title. If the defendant does not challenge administrative forfeiture, then no court order is required to forfeit the property. This bill would enable the director to use the more cost-effective and efficient process of administrative forfeiture against financed vehicles. Next, Honourable Speaker, this bill would allow the director's interest in forfeited property to take priority over claims subsequently made by other public bodies in British Columbia. This is intended to avoid the director having to spend tens of thousands of dollars on legal fees to pursue forfeiture, only to have another public body come forward and assert priority later on in the process because their legislation gives them a super priority. There would be some exceptions to the civil forfeiture officer's priority. For example, liens that exist when the director commences forfeiture would, of course, take priority. Liens for unpaid wages, as well as liens arising from British Columbia's Income Tax Act and the Public Guardian and Trustee Act, would also continue to take priority, as obviously would anything arising under federal powers. Property seized in criminal investigations is often referred for civil forfeiture by police. Defendants may apply to the court to have property that was seized in a criminal investigation returned to them before civil forfeiture proceedings are officially commenced. In that situation, the director must oppose the return of property that is believed to be connected to unlawful activity. This bill would help alleviate this issue by allowing the director to claim a temporary possessory interest in property believed to be proceeds or tools of crime for up to 120 days before civil forfeiture proceedings have started. Complex money laundering schemes, such as we have seen in this province, can take many years to properly investigate. By the time the property is identified in these schemes, the director sometimes cannot pursue it because of the current 10-year limitation period on civil forfeiture proceedings. This bill would eliminate the limitation period. This approach is consistent with that taken by forfeiture statutes in other provinces. Honourable Speaker, as we are all aware, money laundering schemes have become increasingly sophisticated, and unexplained wealth orders are expected to be a key tool in our toolbox to address organized crime. Unexplained wealth orders are an evidence-gathering tool that requires the respondent to provide information about how they acquired the property and how they can afford to maintain it. These court orders are based on the idea that the person who holds the property is in the best position to explain how they got it. Last June, the Cullen Commission recommended that British Columbia adopt unexplained wealth orders as an anti-money laundering tool. The director would be able to apply to court for an unexplained wealth order against a person if there is reason to suspect that they are involved in an unlawful activity and have acquired property as a result of that involvement. The court oversees and issues the order if the director's evidence supports the making of one. Unexplained wealth orders could be served on individuals, trusts, corporations, or partnerships, depending on who holds the property in question. The breadth of possible respondents and connected persons is broad, because it is critical to create legislation that captures the complex money laundering techniques used by high-level criminals. It is important to note that unexplained wealth orders would not immediately result in the seizure or forfeiture. The director would still need to satisfy the court on a balance of probabilities that all conditions for forfeiture have been met. Only then, Honourable Speaker, could the court order forfeiture of the property. Honourable Speaker, several other jurisdictions, including Manitoba, have adopted unexplained wealth orders. British Columbia's proposed framework is similar to the model already in use in the UK. It is anticipated that unexplained wealth orders will be a valuable tool to combat money laundering here in British Columbia. In closing, this bill is urgently required to respond to recommendation number 101 in the Cullen Commission final report and to enhance this province's ability to combat money laundering, drug trafficking, and organized crime. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I look forward to comments from members.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. Looking forward to discussion on this bill at the committee stage for sure. It's got a lot of interesting aspects to it. You know, the criminals across this country, across the world, take advantage of the existing laws and realizing that governments in most places are not nimble enough to adjust to a lot of the imagination that the criminals use to sidestep a lot of the legislations in place, a lot of the laws that are in place as they go about their business. We've got criminals today, and I watched them back in the days when I was on the road as a police officer, and I know the associates that I have today within the police forces talk about it all the time, how the criminals are using various methods to avoid detection, to acquire their wealth and try and hide that wealth. Some of them flaunt it, quite frankly, and it's not a surprise because we don't have adequate measures in place to deal with it. We look at criminals who use companies that conduct a lot of their business in cash, and they will use those as a shell for their criminal activities. And I've seen them use barbershops. I've seen them use contracting companies where they'll provide various, or they claim they will provide various contracting services, but they really don't. And that covers them driving a brand new $100,000 vehicle and might have a sign on the door perhaps, but other than that there's nothing even closely associated to the legitimate business. They gamble a lot of their cash through casinos, as we've seen through the Cullen Commission and other areas and whatnot. And so there's a number of practices that they use to avoid detection, to maintain their wealth, to attract some of these younger members that get involved in street crime and provide them with fancy cars and trips and other opportunities to enjoy the wealth that they're going to accumulate by selling these deadly drugs on the street and some of the other things that they do. They're getting more aggressive in today's world. The civil forfeitures procedures that we've used and the implementation of the unexplained wealth order, I think, is good news. We'll see how it rolls out at the end of the day, because we need tools. Our criminal justice system doesn't seem to be providing the level of deterrence and there's nothing that has really slowed the process down. We see more criminals out on the street today. We see more people that are selling these dangerous drugs in our communities everywhere that come in and sell the drugs, and there's no real consequences. They don't fear the criminal justice system today like perhaps they did at one particular time. So they're going to continue on in the proliferation of selling drugs and thievery and cheating and lying and everything that common criminals do in order to acquire their wealth. The smart criminals, the heads of the organized crime groups that we have operating in British Columbia and across Canada, they've got lawyers, they've got experts that watch what we do. They watch the kinds of laws that are put in place in British Columbia. They look at the procedures that governments are using in order to detect crime, to combat crime in the various communities, and they offer solutions to these groups. And these folks will go out and continue to operate knowing that they've got, they might have to sidestep some new piece of legislation that comes in order to operate effectively, but they do, and we see that every day. I've also seen over the years where criminals will take advantage of advocacy groups or media, or the old saying that the best defense is an offense, where somebody will get picked up and the next thing, the defendant is out in front of the media blaming the police for a certain action or blaming government for a certain action. And in those kinds of situations, they're dealing with the police who can't respond. They can't speak about an ongoing investigation. They can't reveal whether any people are involved in that particular case. But by getting it out in front of the public and throwing a whole bunch of various allegations out in front of the public, it puts the whole prosecution of that case in jeopardy as that whole prosecution moves forward. And we've seen that across the province here. And I've noticed, if we talk about civil forfeiture, we talk about money laundering, and I know the Premier's reportedly, or has repeatedly claimed that the failure to prosecute money laundering cases in British Columbia was due to a lack of political will with the previous government. So I just want to comment on that, and I've heard these comments before. It was the political will that brought in the Civil Forfeitures Act and the legislation back in 2005. It was the political will of government that brought that in because they saw what was taking place at that time. It was the political will of the previous government that brought in the Joint Illegal Gaming Task Force that looked at a lot of the illegal gaming situations that were taking place in the province that led to money laundering. It was the political will that had my office, when I was sitting in the minister's chair as a Solicitor General, put in $25 million into the guns and gang activity across British Columbia to combat these kinds of things, and to provide a dedicated prosecutor to gang activity to try and combat that. It was political will that addressed a number of those different factors while we were still in government, and made various changes to how the Combined Forces Integrated Team operated right across British Columbia. So there was no lack of political will, no lack of trying to combat the various opportunities that criminals observed right across the province here. And it was the Joint Illegal Gaming Task Force and CFSAU that initiated those investigations. E-Pirate was one of them in 2015, that led to a lot of intelligence coming in. A lot of the videos that we saw on TV talking about bags of money being traded in at the casinos was the result of those investigations that were taking place at the time. And of course, we've seen now that the Premier again has initiated, when he was Attorney General, some investigations into E-Pirate and the other investigation that was taking place as to why why there were no charges laid. And even reducing the charge approval standard still didn't meet the threshold requirements that Crown Counsel needed in order to go ahead with those charges. So there's a massive deficiency in the criminal law that needs to be addressed in that respect. And I'm sure that this Bill 21 and the Unexplained Wealth Order is going to go a long way to providing some form of punitive measures, I guess, or penalties for criminals that are involved in this, because they know that there's just no criminal proceedings that we can bring about. Legislation providing these amendments to seek forfeiture of goods, I think it's a step in the right direction. And I hope it's going to be implemented fairly quickly once we get through the process here. You know, I'm curious to see what, what happens in Manitoba. They've got similar legislation in place. I'm curious to see whether the amendments that they've made in the UK with the legislation there is going to provide them the access to move ahead with a lot of the civil forfeiture action that they've talked about there as well. We're looking at when we look at a lot of the things that these organized crime groups are doing there, we just saw a recent case in Prince George where a gang member came all the way from Manitoba and was trafficking drugs in the Prince George, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek area, and back to Manitoba again. There's some provisions in this particular legislation that we have to focus on British Columbia assets, so I want to explore some possibilities there on what we can do to these gangsters that are coming in from outside of British Columbia from other jurisdictions. But I'm also looking at, you know, the young people that are being taken advantage of by organized crime groups out of the Lower Mainland and from other areas within British Columbia, where they'll come up and they will entice some of our younger folks in our smaller communities to get involved in peddling street-level drugs into our communities and encouraging theft of property, and which leads to collection of debts, assaults, intimidation, blackmail. There's a number of things that transcend from that. And these folks will come up and they will perhaps help them buy a new truck. You know, these trucks nowadays are $100,000, so the $75,000 threshold that's stated in this particular bill probably fits the types of crime that we have here. A lot of the individuals that we see, and the police see them every day in our smaller communities, where these street-level dealers are driving these $100,000 trucks, they're driving a $100,000 riverboat, and they're driving these fancy boats on the lakes. They've got the party boats, they've got the ATVs, they've got the snowmobiles, they've got all the toys that a lot of these young men crave when they're young. And it's drug money that's buying this. And so if they lose those assets, that'll have a bigger bite on them than any of the punishments that they seem to be getting in court these days. And so I think that's going to have an effect on the level of crime that we have in our communities. But you know, it'll be interesting to see how long it takes to get there. So if we implement this legislation, we can pass this legislation at the end of the day. It'll be interesting to see how long it takes to go through a court process where the property is finally forfeited and taken from those individuals, and that's where the impact is going to come. The removal of the limitation period that the minister spoke about in his opening remarks, I think, is another opportunity that we have, because I know that there's a number of files out there that will come to a more successful conclusion if we're able to expand that limitation period. The other issue, and I remember when I was sitting in his chair, and I went and I had a look at the warehouse of goods that had been seized under the Civil Forfeitures Act back when I was Solicitor General, and there's dozens of vehicles and other goods, but a lot of the pertain to the vehicles, but there was no way to get rid of them because of the administrative, or because of the requirement to go back to court and follow through on that administrative forfeiture. So I think that's a step in the right direction, where the director of the civil seizures process here can, once the claim has not been contested, they can just turn the vehicle over and sell it again and get rid of them as quickly as possible and recapture some of that money. And as the minister said, you know, $70 million has been spent to date for victim services for a number of different programs that we have out there, in addition to covering the cost of the Civil Forfeitures Office to begin with. And, you know, it's, I think that's, I think that can be expanded. And I think this, particularly with this unexplained wealth order, there's going to be a lot more work required in there, but I think the benefits at the end of the day will probably be significant. It's everything that we can do in British Columbia to dissuade people from getting into organized crime and selling drugs and becoming part of that gang crowd out there, you know, in the fancy vehicles. And, you know, I've often said, and I've said to a few folks back in the day that, you know, all these brand new shiny black Suburbans and SUVs and BMWs that these gangsters are buying or that are being bought for other people should also come with a tow tag, because that's exactly what's been happening in our province here. A lot of the homicides that we see, we've had just in the city of Prince George this year, we've had 4 homicides so far, and they're all drug related, they're all gang related. And so if we can start having a deterrent on crime and the sale of drugs and the proliferation of all of these things throughout our small communities out around the province here, I think we'll see a reduction in our homicide rates as well. We've got to fine-tune the criminal code and a lot of the provisions that go with that. We have to fine-tune our catch and release system so that that no longer functions. But I think this will take a big bite out of the wallets of all these people that are profiting from the proceeds of crime. And, you know, I think we'll see some significant returns on investment, I guess, put it that way, in a very short order here across British Columbia. So I look forward to popping the hood open on this at the committee stage and getting into all the little details there. But I applaud the minister for bringing this bill forward. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the leader of the third party. House leader of the third party. So sorry.
No, that's fine. Thank you so much. And I appreciate the opportunity to stand and speak today to the Civil Forfeiture Amendment Act. These amendments came as a result of the Cullen Commission's investigation and subsequent recommendations to combat money laundering in the province. Proposed amendments make it easier for authorities to seize property they suspect help facilitate illegal activity. It also makes it easier for authorities to bust illegal cannabis operations and to seize financed vehicles. Finally, it creates unexplained wealth orders, which can force organizations with large amounts of unaccounted for wealth to explain themselves to government or face seizure of property. This last point, unexplained wealth orders, would make this the first legislation of its kind in Canada. But unexplained wealth orders only apply to property stored in British Columbia. The Cullen Commission into the money laundering in June 2022 recommended that unexplained wealth orders be implemented in BC to, quote, remove the profit incentive for organized crime. Unexplained wealth orders do not require a clear link to crime, unlike criminal forfeiture, which typically comes after a conviction, and a civil and administrative forfeiture, which do not require criminal charges or a conviction. I think it's important to note that there are some concerns with unexplained wealth orders that have been recorded. The BC Civil Liberties Association has been very clear that they're staunchly against these changes, saying that, quote, they're an unnecessary expansion of government power and an unacceptable infringement of Canadians' rights to the presumption of innocence and due process and privacy, end quote. The Director of Litigation for the BC CLA said that the legislation would, quote, create a situation where British Columbians were going to have to go to court to prove that they are not criminals, and that's unconstitutional, end quote. These are serious concerns that are raised by the BC Civil Liberties Association, and if these amendments are passed, there are concerns that they will, but they're raising the concerns that they will violate the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the presumption of innocence, which is a fundamental pillar of our judicial system. It will be interesting to hear from the minister, and I know that the Premier has said that he has no doubt, in quotes, that this legislation will be challenged in court, but that he believes, quote, that he'll be successful and that we need to address these issues for British Columbians, end quote. A point which the last point there, which I absolutely agree with. So it'll be interesting to see the discussion that unfolds here at the committee stage and how the government is balancing, of course, the recognition that there has been an extreme amount of wealth that's been generated from illegal activity, lots of expensive vehicles and houses and other items purchased, and in that glorification of crime, you know, the fast cars and the big houses. And so there is a balance, absolutely, that needs to be struck here, and it'll be interesting to hear the discussion. So also I want to just kind of raise the issue around the potential use of the funds and where the seized assets may end up. Civil forfeitures in our province go through this BC Civil Forfeiture Office, which is entirely self-funded. This means that the proceeds of forfeitures go back to that office, not into government revenue. This was actually part of the Cullen Commission's recommendations, where the Commissioner suggested that the provincial government transition the Civil Forfeiture Office from a self-funded agency to a government-funded agency so that the revenue flows back to government. Otherwise, it exists as a punitive arm but offers no economic benefit to the average British Columbian. It also creates an incentive for the office to go after high-value assets, not necessarily the cases that would impact the greatest amount of organized crime. If unexplained wealth orders flow through the Civil Forfeiture Office, it appears that the proceeds of that wealth won't end up in government revenue, meaning no new services, or that those resources won't be available for British Columbians. So we'll be interested, of course, at the further stages of these debates to understand how these unexplained wealth orders will operate within the context of everything that I just said. Unexplained wealth orders are already in place in the United Kingdom. Since 2018, 4 unexplained wealth orders have been issued in the UK with a value of £143 million. In October 2020, property worth an estimated £10 million was recovered following the use of an unexplained wealth order. Those are not insignificant sums, but I do wonder how those recovered funds compare to the administrative costs of going to trial. It should be noted that that there are already different mechanisms under which the province can seize assets believed to be related to a crime: criminal forfeiture, civil forfeiture, and administrative forfeiture, as I've said. Virtually all forfeiture cases in British Columbia settle in the province's favor. The legal costs are often higher than the value of the property being seized, and so people don't fight it. While BC has a civil forfeiture regime intended to ensure the proceeds of crime are intercepted, unfortunately, the value of assets seized through the regime do not amount to the volume of illicit funds generated each year. It's true that BC needs to that's going to make no context BC for sure, guarantee. It is sure, yeah. And then that second piece will make I'm spiraling. It's true that BC needs to do more to address money laundering and to ensure that our province is fair and a just place to live and thrive. And I appreciate the opportunity to read these concerns in the record. I appreciate the Minister bringing this forward and giving me an opportunity to make it to No Context BC. And I look forward to canvassing these issues as they come up in the next stages of the debate. High School CM, thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Surrey Panorama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a pleasure today to rise and speak on this motion. And whenever I get up and have an opportunity to speak on behalf of the constituents of Surrey Panorama, I'm always reminded of the responsibility that they have endowed onto me to make sure that their voices are heard. And I can tell you, when our Premier, when he was had a different position in government as an Attorney General when he tackled the gambling that was going on, and I would say horrific, because people right across British Columbia turned on their TV set and what they saw were bags full of money being taken in and taken out. And I don't think there was any person, no matter what their political stripe, who sits in this House, who was feeling good about that site. But we also know that that went on for far too long. However, the work done by the Premier has been extraordinary. As a matter of fact, when I talk to people in Surrey, and when I used to travel around the province a fair bit as well, that's the work they remember, the work he did on, I would say, addressing the gambling issue, and also on the work that he did on ICBC. But specifically, let's get back to the proceeds of crime. If we're looking at what we saw with the bag loads of money, we also know, as a result of the Cullen Commission, and even before that, many of us could had seen evidence of that, that BC had become known as the money laundering capital on the West Coast, and or centre, whichever way you want to look at it. And it wasn't a very good title to be holding. But what people in British Columbia saw, that not only was all this money that resulted from crime circulating, but that also impacted the price of housing right here in British Columbia. And we've all seen the impact of that. And so today, I am so pleased that this government had taken action on the Cullen report on a number of issues, and now we are taking action on this recommendation that sat there that said that we do have to target and we do have to address organized crime by providing a suite of tools so that authorities, specifically the forfeiture office, the civil forfeiture office, could seize proceeds of crime. And what are we talking about? We're talking about fast cars and fancy cars. We're not talking about the Toyota Corolla that I've driven for years and years. We're talking about glamorous homes, luxury goods. And all of these things, we need these tools because we want to make sure that we're sending a message. We're sending a message that if you do the crime, you're going to pay. Yes, doing criminal prosecutions may take a long time. Yes, doing criminal prosecutions may not end up in sentencing. But if there is a very high, very probable relationship between the wealth and links to crime, or having got that wealth through nefarious means, then this legislation would allow that forfeiture to take place. And it's not as high a test as if it was a criminal case, so that will make it easier. And some people would say, but you have that right now, because as we all read in the papers, there were those properties that were seized from the Hells Angels, and that went through the court system. But at the end, that seizure was upheld. This legislation will make it easier. And yes, Madam Speaker, we need to make it easier for authorities to be able to step in and stop the spread of crime. And one of the ways you do that is you make sure that people cannot be benefiting from crime, either directly themselves or through family members or through directors of this or other. And all of that is very, very important. And as I said, these recommendations this legislation comes directly out of the Cullen Commission report on money laundering in BC. And I'm so delighted that so far I have seen the opposition and the third party all in agreement that this legislation is a good thing and will be a benefit to British Columbians. Madam Speaker, none of us want to see crime spread. We have seen violent crime as well as property crime on the increase. We know that those who do money laundering have become far more sophisticated. And so we have to have a variety of tools to be able to address their nefarious gains or wealth that they gain. And as the Solicitor General pointed out, there are going to be some there are steps in there, and there's a variety of tools that can be used. But really, we have to send a message, and our message has to go right across BC, across Canada, across North America, and around the world, that BC has legislation that will not allow free movement of illicit funds that result from crime or any other way. Let me give you an example, Madam Speaker. For example, if you have a very relatively low income as you're filing in your income taxes, and yet you're living in a $5 million home, and I'm not talking about a home that's gone up in price due to the rising home prices that we have seen. I'm talking about you purchased a house for $3 or $5 million. I think it's perfectly logical to want to know how was that house bought. And when there are links to crime, probable links, then for steps to be taken. It's not as if we politicians are going to be handling this, by the way. This is going to be handled by professionals, by the Civil Forfeiture Office, and also they still have to go into court to prove that there is a probable link there. Not 100% iron cast case, but probable link in order to be able to proceed. And that is very, very important. The BC Civil Forfeiture Office, their main task is to undermine the profit motive behind the crimes that we see. As you know, Madam Speaker, we have legalized right across Canada, not we, the federal government did that, cannabis. Yet we know there are still illegal cannabis operations. So if gangs and crime, those who commit crime, are making money off that, then this sends a signal that you're not going to get away with it. Now, just to be sure that this only applies to properties that you have right here in BC. Another example that is very clear is that if you've got very expensive houses being bought by somebody who lives overseas, could be a political person from many different countries, and they have many reasons for moving the money out, and their income might only be around $35,000 a year. So it begs the question, if they bought a property for $5 million, where did that money come from? So civil forfeiture is an important tool in combating organized crime, and we're talking about organized crime that we know is right here in BC. From drug trafficking, from money laundering, and from other offences. As I said previously, all of these efforts of money laundering, drug trafficking, have become more sophisticated with new technologies that have made life, some would say, easier and faster, and I would say more complex. What we are finding is that whether it's gangs dealing with drug trafficking or other activities, whether it's the movement of very luxurious cars, that they are hiding their money in homes. For example, if you are a trafficker of drugs and you've gained money, all of the property may not only be in your own name, it may be in your family members' names. And this would capture everybody. Now, let me assure the public, for the hard-working British Columbians who work hard to be able to pay their rent, or those who have been lucky enough to save up enough money and buy a house, this is not targeting those people. This is not targeting those who buy a home. This is targeting those who end up with very expensive properties, luxurious properties, who cannot prove where their income came from. And it is linked to crime of one sort or another. So the creation of unexplained wealth orders, an important evidence-gathering tool, it could have a powerful impact on money laundering right here in British Columbia. We know that some of the steps taken previously by the government, we're beginning to see a change, but I would say this is the next step that was very much needed. These amendments will allow the Civil Forfeiture Office to access information and avoid situations where they're spending hundreds and thousands of dollars without any material outcomes. And we know how frustrating that is because we've heard, and during the commission, the Cullen Commission, we heard from people how difficult it was to get a conviction. Mind you, at the same time, we also heard how the very agency that was created to monitor and to make sure these things did not happen also was disbanded during this time. And that didn't make sense either. So there are certain areas that I think have been identified, and let me just go over those again. And one of those was the illegal cannabis market. Very luxurious vehicles, and I don't know about you, Madam Speaker, but I'm certainly seeing more and more of them on the street. And not everybody who drives a nice car, luxurious car, has, and I think we have to make that very clear, not everyone has bought that vehicle because of the illicit funds through organized crime or ill means. Many people have worked very, very hard to have their very nice, luxurious cars. And once again, this is not aimed at them. This is aimed at those where there are criminal links and criminal leads that these vehicles would be then forfeited. It's also, as said previously, this will allow the process to take place a lot quicker than the current process. But it can take years and years and years to get a court date, to have it going through the trial base. And by that time, you pass the timelines. As you know, our government is very, very committed to the Safer Communities Action Plan and are focused to target organized criminals for toxic drug supply, and that leads to repeat offenders, and a huge growth in mental health and addiction issues. And once again, Madam Speaker, I would say there isn't going to be too many people, except maybe those who do bad things, who are going to be very upset that these amendments, this legislation is in the House today. Because every hard-working British Columbian wants what is fair. And it is not fair for hard-working British Columbians when criminals and those who gain their wealth through ill means can then impact in an incredible way the cost of living right here in British Columbia, can affect the cost of housing and many other things. So most people will agree with us in this House that yes, if you do crime, if you do wrong things, if you do illegal activities, and you've profited from that, you should not get to keep that profit. You should not get to keep that profit. You should not get to keep those monies. And once again, a reminder that this is only, we're talking about forfeiture for vehicles, for assets, for houses, only for people who cannot prove where their funds came from. If you've got a clear idea, well, I worked hard for this, this was an inheritance from my grandfather, and there is a linkage back there, then you've got a perfectly good out, and the linkages to criminal activities won't be proven. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that as a mother, as a grandmother, and now, as you know, a very proud great-grandmother, I want our government to take every step possible to get gangs off the streets, to get the drug traffickers off the streets, and to make sure that we build safe communities for our kids. And, the unexplained wealth orders, it doesn't mean immediately somebody can just sort of say, oh, we've got this idea, let's go and seek people's assets. The courts will still be involved. And they will be ruling on a balance of probabilities. How likely is this? Has this person earned this money? Where has this money come from? And their bar for getting this passed will be not as high as the criminal court cases. And that's why this legislation is needed. Because the court is still going to look at the evidence that has to be provided to them, and then they're going to say, what are the probabilities here? And based on those probabilities, they will proceed. The information gathered from unexplained wealth orders will only apply to civil forfeiture proceedings, and that information cannot be used in criminal proceedings. Just wanted to make that clear. The whole idea behind this was to presume that property or funds are proceeds of crime, and that assumption will be relied upon during court proceedings. We're talking about the prior ones. Madam Speaker, they do have to meet certain tests. The court must be satisfied, and there is a three-part test. So I just want to go over that. For the first part, the court must be satisfied there is reason to suspect one of the following: that a person or a company is involved in unlawful activity. Number two, a person or a company is connected to a person or company who is suspected of involvement in unlawful activity, or there are questions raised about assets that a person from a foreign country who is politically exposed has in BC. Now, politically exposed persons are high-ranking, foreign public officials that may be exposed to opportunities for crime or corruption, and they may be looking for that investment overseas. An example, I gave one earlier, but I can tell you an example would be if in your home country, your income is very, very limited, and yet you're able to buy very luxurious cars or property over here, then I think some eyebrows would be raised and there could be a probability link proved. Test 2 would look at control and value of the assets. So the court has to be satisfied that the person or company holds assets in BC and those assets are worth more than $75,000. In case of a company, any person connected to the company who is engaged in unlawful activity has effective control, not just overt control. So in test 3, the third part of the test explores whether there is a case against the property. There must be a serious question about how the person or company acquired the property or funds based off lawfully reported income. So there are checks and balances built into the changes that are proposed here. So it's not just somebody getting an idea, oh yes, they've got a $5 million house, must be due to crime. No. There is a 3-part test that they have to meet before the courts will proceed. And, Madam Speaker, we are not here just talking about homes, we're also talking about other assets. The other assets could be, as I said, fancy cars, but I'm sure there are lots of other assets that would be looked at as well. The amendment would also allow Civil Forfeiture Office to take priority over claims subsequently made by other public bodies, which seems to make sense to me, and because otherwise you would have done all that work and then at the end of it, it is not there. Madam Speaker, let me say that we have seen the impact of money laundering right here in British Columbia in the Lower Mainland. Its impact on the price of housing, and also we have seen lots of properties being owned, sitting empty, that are now occupied thanks to the speculation tax, and once again those properties are now available. But there are often questions asked about some of the properties that are bought and the links to crime. This legislation will allow the Forfeiture Office, Civil Forfeiture Office, to proceed and to go to court, meet the 3-part test, and then be able to seize those assets. I think every one of us want to see, I would like to say end. We all want to see an end to the drug trafficking that is going on, especially in the current climate of our opioid crisis, and especially with the corrupted drugs. We want to see the illegal activities in the hands of gangs around cannabis and the impact that is having on our youth. And we want to make sure that others are not using British Columbia as a safe haven for their ill-gotten funds. So when I look at this, I am pleased to be able to support this piece of legislation. I'm pleased that our government, led by a premier who did, I would say, amazing work on this file when he was premier and now the Solicitor General, is carrying on with that work, because tackling crime and gangs is not a linear effort. Crime has become complex, money laundering has become complex, and for that we need a variety of tools. This is not by itself a solution to either money laundering, nor is it a solution to nor is it a solution to ending drug trafficking or the gang activities that go on. But it is one of the tools, and it is a tool that can be used. It can be a tool that can be used to send a very, very strong message across BC, across Canada, across North America, and around the world, that British Columbia is not a place you want to come to do crime or to hide your ill-gotten funds. Because here in British Columbia, we are focused like a laser on addressing money laundering and gang and drug trafficking, simply because we are committed to building safe communities for our kids, our grandkids, and for each and every one of us. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say once again, it's been a pleasure to be able to stand up and speak on this and to send a message that we absolutely, not only are we closed for money laundering, and we're keeping very, very close eye on that, but we're also now going to go after you if you try to hide your ill-gotten funds in housing, in cars, or other assets, and whether you live overseas. And if you live overseas, we're sending you a message too, that you cannot hide your ill-gotten funds, proceeds from crime, here in British Columbia, because we in British Columbia are focused on cleaning this up because we know it impacts our communities. So, Madam Speaker, I would ask everybody in this House, when it comes time for us to vote, to speak in favor of this legislation, to vote in favor of this legislation, and let's send a united message that every legislature sitting in the chamber in Victoria is committed to cleaning up the crime and making sure those who do crime do not benefit. And once they have assets, that we now have the tools that we can go after those assets. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, I almost said Madam Speaker, my apologies. And Mr. Speaker, it is also incumbent on me to be very, very clear with people that we are not talking about the hard-working people of British Columbia, the ones who work incredibly hard, some of them 1, 2, 3 jobs, and others in order to be able to buy their home, buy their car, and have a luxury car if they happen to have the income that... Those are not the people we're talking about. This bill is aimed directly at those who launder money, those who benefit from drug trafficking or other gang-related activities, and this is aimed at making sure our kids and all of us live in safe communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Member for Kelowna West.
Thank you and welcome, Mr. Speaker. I think that I think that there's a lot of support for this bill, and we've heard that on both sides, well, from all sides of the House. But I want to rise today to just raise some questions that I'm sure will be discussed in committee. And the legislation under Bill 21 proposes amendments to the Civil Forfeiture Act, which authorizes the BC government to seek forfeiture of property that is the proceeds or the tools of unlawful activity. And I think that we need to kind of, this is something that, you know, when you start thinking about this, this is more than just, I'd say, the obvious. This is the things that have perhaps come from other jurisdictions and come into the country, and of course they're maybe perhaps illicitly obtained in other manners. But the Civil Forfeiture Act came into 2006 and was always intended to respond and to anticipate changing tactics of organized crime in British Columbia. And I think that that's one of the things that we have to remember most about this. Where civil forfeiture or the unexplained wealth acts are in place, etc., some have worked better than others. And I think that what's most important is that you have to realize that criminals are going to adapt. And that's one of the things that we have to. And just because we introduce it doesn't mean it should stay the same, and it needs to be updated and amended and strategic. And that was our original intention, that the original act introduced by the BC Liberal government for it to be nimble and responsive to the ever-changing methods of crime. I want to just say that unlike the Premier, who's been dismissive and rallied against this legislation previously, indicating why the government has now delayed much of the efforts to catch up to criminals who are now ahead in their illegal activities. And while we created this initial act and welcome the changes today, we wonder why it is that the government did not introduce these changes earlier, as there's been a consistent need to continue to stay ahead of crime in the province. This overdue legislation looks to implement changes to address cost and efficiency issues, as well as implement unexplained wealth orders, or UWOs. And the UWOs are being introduced as a reverse onus tool that requires those suspected of a crime to provide or prove that the property was acquired legally, and otherwise the government can seize it. And I do want to touch on reverse onus a little bit later. First introduced in the UK legal system in 2018, UWOs have been under consideration in BC since 2019. And I have a document that shows that there was briefings being done on it at that time. But with the ever-evolving changes, and I think that this goes back to the idea that, the money laundering that the member from Surrey Panorama mentioned, as if it was something that was created either or ignored by government. It was a great tagline in the media. It was the type of thing that people love to see videos on TV on the 6 o'clock or 11 o'clock news. And at the end of the day, as we found out, it is not as simple as just putting resources against that. We know the Cullen Commission knows that it's going on. We certainly knew that it was going on. But the situation, Mr. Speaker, is that sometimes the tools and trying to find fault with what somebody's done requires a different approach. And I think that this legislation is the start of that. And one of the things that I want to just kind of read an excerpt here. In Ireland, where this legislation was originally introduced in 1996. The legislation is administered by a specialized group called the Criminal Assets Bureau, consisting of the police, tax authorities, and social service authorities. The Irish regime is the most comprehensive approach to civil-based confiscation and proceedings, and are usually successful, with over 300 orders issued in 2018. Various articles on the Irish experience suggest that the Criminal Assets Bureau is very successful in following with orders, seizing property, and assessing related income tax, VAT, and other taxes due to evasion, and collecting improperly claimed social assistance. The research further goes on to suggest that the Irish regime has had a significant impact on reducing, disrupting, dismantling criminal activities in Ireland, proving a major setback for the Irish criminal fraternity. In addition, there is some evidence that criminals have moved from their illicit monies to other jurisdictions such as Holland and Spain. Not that we encourage them to move, however, we don't want them here in fear of the Irish Caesar. While the unexplained wealth orders have operated in Australia since 2000, no comprehensive review measuring their effectiveness has taken place. However, the limited evidence available suggests that the ineffectiveness and the use has been mercurial at best. And I suggest that one of the problems here is that there is not enough resources of the types that Ireland put in place right at the start to make certain that not only the police, but the other people, and we'll come back to the issues in terms of the crime that we have today and the illicit drug supply. I mean, I don't think there's anybody in British Columbia that doesn't think this should happen. Mr. Speaker, they want this stuff. They want the drugs off the street. They want the criminals, not only their assets, they'd like to have them locked up as well. So I think that what's important is that the examples in use in Australia, Ireland, New Zealand, Manitoba, which is more recent, I think they need to be looked at carefully. But the Minister of the Public Safety Ministry needs to be properly resourced, and we want to make certain that he has great success with this. So based on our own experience with civil forfeiture, we know that these kind of tools can work to suppress unlawful activity. And it's an important and rigorous due process, and due process still applies. We're going to be asking questions in committee stage of the bill to ensure that these processes and the resources we hope will be there to be beneficial to impeding organized crime operations and creating a safer province. And so we need to get it right. That's what I'm trying to say. While we've been optimistic regarding the decision to introduce UWOs as a tool, I still think that we need to convince both the Premier, who has had a long history of working on things such as the Cullen Commission and no results, shamefully trying to use the justice system for political purposes. And I'd say that we have to, the courts are part of the toolbox, but the bottom line is we've got to be thoughtful, and we have to think, as I'm sure the criminals do, in terms of thinking about how they approach these things. And I just think about, this is not some sort of, marketing activity. I think about the bags of money. I think about the dumpster fires. We need to have results. And in the case of, the issues at ICBC, we've got no-fault insurance, which may or may not be the right thing. But I do think that it's important that we do get this right, because British Columbians, I think, are fed up with people dying on the streets. They're fed up with people that are benefiting from their demise. So I think that, we've seen high-profile cases recently. E-Pirate, E-Nationalize started in 2015, both collapsed. And why is that? And we have to ask ourselves what it is that what we're wanting to achieve. So I think that this will help. A complete removal of the limitation period to conduct civil forfeitures proceeding could reopen the E-Nationalize and E-Pirate cases. Let's hope so. We know that that isn't right, and we stand behind the government in trying to make certain that they do try to make it right. Also, this bill introduces a new math formula for cannabis, and one of the concerns that we plan to raise is regarding the 20-plant threshold and above. Will that be enough, or is it too high? We definitely don't want to be encouraging people that are doing things illegally. The new administrative process for vehicles will need to be explored to see how this will increase forfeiture. Many are not contested and have to go to the court, as there will be an administrative process developed. Mr. Speaker, moreover, the introduction of this legislation and the tools that it plans to utilize are another example of the current Premier's hypocrisy, as he opposed the BC Liberal government's use of civil forfeiture, calling it a slippery slope. So I think that we need to step away from, the marketing taglines, etc., and move ahead. This is good legislation. However, there should be considerations for overuse, as we've seen in the UK. And I think that this is where we need to better understand the guardrails, and in terms of what the guardrails need to be. We don't want to overreach. And I'll give you an example. One of the people that, was in our caucus mentioned about just having a CRA audit. And I don't know how many people in this House have had the benefit or the luxury of going through that process. But again, it's the same process. You're really guilty until you can provide all of the details to show exactly how a deduction or how things were arrived at. And the part about that is that we don't want the people that have the authority to being able to use this tool or this legislation are in a situation where it's abused. And how are they protected? So we do need to consider that and making certain that there isn't overreach. How do people that we live with every day that are First Nations, are they exempt? Are they part of this? This legislation is for British Columbians, and I'm assuming that that doesn't give any exemptions to if it's ill-gotten wealth or whatever that can't be explained. And I do think that we have to answer that question. So I'm looking forward to discussing this legislation further in the committee stage, where we can debate the details of this bill with my colleague from Prince George Mackenzie, who's the critic, and to make certain that this bill serves British Columbia well and helps increase safety across the province. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Transportation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this bill this afternoon. It's tremendously important. It's a powerful new tool to take away the wealth that is gained from a criminal lifestyle that leaves many, many victims in communities right around British Columbia, that has been aided and abetted by money laundering operations in this province. That was the target of the Cullen Commission and a major area of focus and deep examination of activity that went on for years and years and years, some of which were happening in publicly regulated casinos. I want to applaud the Solicitor General and the Premier, of course, as Attorney General, for not only creating the Cullen Commission, which made the legislation that we're debating this afternoon possible by putting a sharp focus on the criminal gains and activity and money flowing in our economy that is illegally generated, but for focusing through the Community Action Plan a number of initiatives that are going to make criminal life not only less attractive, because it comes with much more serious risk of having the assets gained from a criminal lifestyle seized and their proceeds distributed to community organizations that are in fact helping victims of crime, but also for disrupting activity that often has other associated negative impacts around community and public safety, gang activity, using handguns, dangerous and illicit drugs linked to the toxic opioid overdose crisis in our community. These are all profitable activities, Mr. Speaker, that unfortunately can attract people at a very young age in our school system to be part of a gang organization very early in their lives and make it very difficult for them to exit. This is also a powerful policing tool. It will use a different test of justice that is available in our civil justice system to be much more quick and responsive, and also to allow the product of investigations to become implemented and acted upon in a much more timely manner. I heard the member across the aisle just now criticize the Premier for not acting sooner. I would remind the member that the report from the Cullen Commission was delivered in June 2022. This legislative opportunity this afternoon and in subsequent stages of debate represents a massive effort by law enforcement, by those involved in the prosecution service, all of those involved in the justice system, to take action in a manner that was recommended by a commission that did an exceptional job in looking at criminal activity in our province. Criminal activity that unfortunately gained in the early 2000s and into the 2010s a very negative international reputation as a haven for a place to come and wash your money and buy assets from illegal funds that were generated by criminal activity. This bill will allow us to crack down on some of the most heinous criminals in our society here in our province, people who are involved in all sorts of things. I mentioned drugs and illegal handguns, but I think we can all think of the United Nations reports and even the Organization of American States that have brought into focus how countries like ours ought to be taking more action on things like human trafficking, which have been proliferating right across the globe, and our shores are not immune to it either. And very difficult to disrupt that activity, and very long investigations sometimes required. And the one way to move more quickly against criminals associated with those kinds of exploitative and deeply troubling criminal activities is to require unexplained wealth orders. This is going to be a major disruption to criminal activity that will be used right alongside interdiction and other enforcement tools to crack down on organized criminal activities in BC. And we have known in this province the presence of motorcycle gangs involved in the drug market and other activities. We have seen other types of gang formations and criminal enterprises in this province for a long time, and we have not had all the tools we need at our disposal to be able to attack those incentives that often create a criminal environment that is taken advantage of in our province. This will be a hammer blow on many criminals that are engaged in activities that cost people's lives in our communities, Mr. Speaker. It's that serious, that exploit people, that create an underground economy of some significance in terms of its overall monetary value, and it will disrupt that. And that's an important development in the province of British Columbia, to be able to have these kinds of tools. And I think every member of the House, if I'm hearing the opposition correctly, will vote in favor of having that at our disposal. It's something that we have not had previously. It's something that, yes, we've heard other jurisdictions have developed, which is very positive. It will help us move forward in the regime we now have around legal and safe cannabis distribution and sale, when there is still a significant black market operating and making money on the old underground of drug production, sale, and distribution, and move it towards a safe and regulated product that is used with the promotion of public health responsibly. So it complements a number of initiatives that government has undertaken in recent years. I do not share the concerns I've heard a little bit, or I can certainly share them a lot less around the unexplained wealth orders through the civil forfeiture process being abused. I do not. That is not my primary concern this afternoon. I think the tests that have to be met are serious and stringent enough to make sure that there are not any unintended victims who have wealth that needs to be explained through a UWO. I believe that the process will be thorough and fair. But I also believe it's going to be devastating for a lot of criminals operating in the province of British Columbia who have very suspicious assets, luxury items, cars, real estate, and significant amounts of cash that can't be explained when they hold down a job that generates an income that would be impossible to afford that kind of lifestyle. And let's not kid ourselves, that's obviously why a lot of people go down a dangerous path and get involved in criminal activities that involve guns and violence, that involve the sale of deadly products on our streets. It's because it affords a lifestyle that they could never dream of by being an honest member of society. And while the saying that crime doesn't pay is obviously true, and you can ask anybody who's been sentenced for a very, very long time who's involved in these kinds of enterprises if they agree with that, for too many and for too long, it has, in fact, paid when their illegal proceeds of crime were beyond the effective reach of the justice system, where the burden was just too high to be able to seize that wealth that was made from criminal activity. So I think BC is going to benefit tremendously in my community here in Greater Victoria and in communities right across BC, where we know there is illicit money, where we know there's the exploitation of human beings by criminal enterprises, where we know that there is economic distortion and a connection to deadly substances being produced and blended and sold on the streets and killing people. We will now be able to take away all the money and the profit that is gained from those activities. It's a powerful tool, to say the least, and one that we would like to have seen a previous government act upon. But it took very careful and strong examination to be able to figure out how to do this, and I think this is going to make a very palpable, real difference in our province to be able to get criminal money out of our economy and out of our communities. I fully support this. I know people who work in the law enforcement community. I know Crown prosecutors who are constituents of mine and work in this community, and they work very hard to keep our community safe. But often the justice system is frustrating and time-consuming in terms of getting towards a criminal conviction, and in many cases is unable to get to the proceeds of that crime. This will get us directly there. And I think the Public Safety Ministry, the Attorney General and others who have been involved in creating and adding to the powers and scope of the BC Civil Forfeiture Office have done a tremendous job of targeting the profit motive and the profits from organized crime. This addition to their legal authority to act against organized criminals is something that is going to be tremendously beneficial to our society. And I hope will be a very powerful deterrent, Mr. Speaker, to young people who would otherwise be tempted to go into this lifestyle. Yes, we obviously need a lot of supports for young people who are struggling and who are not doing well in our school system and who are associating with people that are involved in criminal activity. We need to help young people exit the gang life. We have a number of programs that I certainly became aware of and helped fund and work with in our school system as the Minister of Education, and that work continues in communities right across British Columbia. So yes, we need to help people that are able to get out of the criminal life in all manners that we can, in all locations in our community. But the main thing that will, one of the things that will serve as a significant deterrent is to see those at the top of the pyramid in a criminal enterprise having all of the things that they've amassed, that they flash around, that has the bling and the appeal of gang life stripped away from them in a civil court. And that is going to be a very powerful tool indeed. And of course, a number of experts who've studied this have told government exactly that. That's why legislation has been drafted that's before the House today. I look at some comments that were made by Brock Martland, who's King's Counsel, Senior Counsel to the Cullen Commission, who was, of course, involved in that report and examining witnesses and others who came forward and testified during that report. And he says that one of the keystone recommendations in the Commissioner's final report was that we implement what is in this bill, and that is unexplained wealth orders. So it has the support of those who've done the deepest examination into criminal activity and organized crime in decades in the province of British Columbia. It has the support of the policing community. I'm very pleased to see Assistant Commissioner Willie Ng, who is a criminal operations officer in the BCRCMP, add his unqualified support for how this will help everyday police do their jobs. In his words, he says that by targeting ill-gotten proceeds of organizing crime, we're making gang life less attractive. And members here have echoed that sentiment this afternoon. He goes on further to say that this legislation will disrupt and deter organized crime, keeping our neighborhoods more secure and allowing the police to focus on other public safety issues. So this is a very positive, welcome development. It's one that needed to generate public understanding and support. The Cullen Commission did that. Government has worked every step of the way with law enforcement and those who serve the Crown Prosecution Service to be able to create a tool that really hits the mark on getting unexplained wealth out of our society and to crack down on organized crime. And I think I will conclude there, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to make some brief comments. This is so important to my community in Greater Victoria. We have police forces here on the south of Vancouver Island that have done an exemplary job over many years, disrupting criminal enterprises that have tried to take root in this community, gang activity. But we know that periodically organizations like that, criminal organizations like that, try and branch out and in fact take root in this community. Should that happen going forward, we now have a very powerful tool to make sure that that anyone who seeks to engage in criminal activity around the toxic drug supply and drug dealing, money laundering, and setting up a criminal organization that operates here in my community will be able to be targeted very effectively and very quickly and have the profits of their criminal enterprises taken away from them. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister of Public Safety, seeing no further speakers, to close the debate.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I want to thank members on both sides of the House for their thoughtful comments on the bill that we've tabled, the amendments that will deal with civil forfeiture, and in particular around the issue of unexplained wealth orders. And I think that it is important, and I do have a few comments I want to make in response to some of the issues that have been raised by members, because I want to make it clear that many of those things were taken into account. And I will comment briefly. I do always find it interesting with the opposition that even when they support something, somehow they do want to find a way to kind of sort of criticize the government, and in this case they want to try and criticize the Attorney General, the Premier who was then Attorney General, and that somehow he didn't support this, or he was being hypocritical, and it's like nothing could be further from the truth. It was our Attorney General, now Premier, who drove this issue in terms of the Cullen Commission. It was our Premier who drove this and said that this is important, a priority that we need to deal with in terms of legislation, and that's why it's here. And I just want to make sure that's clear on the record. And I understand the opposition has a job to do and how they like to sometimes do it. But I also want to mention, because my colleague from Kelowna West made a very interesting observation, and it is something I want to address, and that is the number of jurisdictions that do have unexplained wealth orders. And Manitoba is the other Canadian province that has them. They have not implemented it yet, as far as I'm aware. There are, as he points out, in Australia and New Zealand. But perhaps most importantly, the two particular pieces of the two jurisdictions we have paid particular attention to because they have unexplained wealth orders in place are both the UK and Ireland. And it's important from this perspective. This legislation that's before us is modeled on the UK experience in many ways. And we learnt from the lessons in the UK because they initially brought it in, they had some challenges, they had to go back and make some changes. We've worked to make sure that we've learnt from the challenges that they faced initially. At the same time, we are also aware that there is the Irish model as well. The two are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they're complementary, but they require and they have different approaches to how you implement an unexplained wealth order. The UK is very much the reverse onus in terms of explain where did it come from. And that's an area which we have a considerable amount of jurisdiction as a province. And so we are able to move forward very quickly in terms of this legislation based on our jurisdiction as a province. The Irish model, as I said, is not mutually exclusive and is complementary, relies on the tax system, which of course is federal jurisdiction. And therefore, in terms of, and I also want to make it clear, there will be more to come for those on this. There will be more to come. We have been engaged with the federal government in terms of they're very interested in the approach that we're taking here provincially, and they want to work with us on this issue, and we've made sure that there's no overlap and that no one's working at cross purposes. Because the Irish model involves the tax system, which is federal, that creates a whole series of complexities in terms of accessing records, freedom of information, privacy, all of those things that would take a longer term if the province wants to go down that road. And I fully expect we may well be going down that road, but that's a different path and requires a lot more work. In the meantime, this is an area under provincial jurisdiction where we can act and act quickly, which is what we're doing. And so I just want to make those comments to let the member know, that we are well aware of the differences in the systems and why we have taken the approach that we have done. The other area, Honourable Speaker, I want to talk about just briefly in my closing remarks. I just want to re-emphasize, because I know members have mentioned civil liberties, and I fully expect, and I understand their position and I understand their role, but I also want to make it clear, we have worked very hard to ensure that there are safeguards in place, that we are confident that our legislation is constitutional, that we have seen on court rulings in terms of civil forfeiture that it is constitutional. And at the end of the day, people want to know that the sophisticated criminal is not going to get away with things. They are sick and tired of those kinds of individuals who hide behind numbered companies, who hide behind hiding assets, putting it in the name of a spouse or a relative, but continuing to exercise effective control, subverting property markets, making things difficult on a stock market, doing all those kinds of activities. And people go, do they ever get caught? Sometimes they do. But you know what, Honourable Speaker? This legislation will be a tool that the police have to go and hit them where it hurts most. In their pocketbook, in their fancy car, in their mansion, in their yacht, whatever the ill-gotten gain is. As I said when I did when I announced this legislation, just because you're the mob boss's spouse and weren't involved in illegal activity doesn't mean you get to keep the house, the yacht, the bling, the car, and all the ill-gotten gain, Honourable Speaker. And that's what this is about. And what's also important, Honourable Speaker, is it is the court that makes the decision. Whereas civil forfeiture is an administrative procedure, this will be, in order to get an unexplained wealth order, a court will have to say yes, and there are the 3 tests that have to be met. And when it comes to forfeiture, it is the court that will say that the case has been made for that to take place. What's important as well is that the bulk of in fact, the overwhelming majority of the time, in fact, nearly all the time, it will be police investigations that leads to the orders being sought, and then ultimately the forfeiture being obtained. So, Honourable Speaker, and the other key point that I also think it's important to make is this is based on assets of more than $75,000. So this isn't for run of the mill. This is organized criminal activity and organized crime. It will also have another interesting point that I think is worth noting, and that is it will deal not just in terms of people who are operating here in British Columbia, but those politically exposed individuals who have assets here, who think that because they're in a foreign jurisdiction that they can have an asset here, that may well find themselves that being seized. So, Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the comments that have been made by members participating in this debate. I look forward to the committee stage of the debate and being able to provide more information and ask the questions that I know members of this House will have. And with that, Honourable Speaker, I move second reading.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Members have heard the question. The question is second reading of Bill 21. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be referred to a committee of the whole to be considered at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members have heard the question. All those in favour? Aye. Opposed? Carried. We're going to take a short recess because I understand there needs to be a bit of a shuffle to get us to the next item of business. Thank you. Thank you. We are in recess. All right, we'll call the House back into order. Committee chairs.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section 8, reports progress on estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and asks leave to sit again.
Thank you, Chair. When shall the committee sit again?
Today, Mr. Speaker.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the main house, there will be continued Committee of Supply for the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and in Section A, the estimates for Ministry of Agriculture.
Thank you, Minister. So we'll take a short recess to get the appropriate parties into place, and then we'll get going with the estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. Sorry. All right, members, I'd like to call this committee back into session. We are here with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation for the estimates process. Welcome, Minister.
Very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move vote number 34, resolved that a sum not exceeding $57,912,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation Ministry operations.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Vancouver-Langara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciated just before that last break that the Minister made a couple comments in response in terms of how UNDRIP continues to be applied across the board. The Minister said that it's a framework, certainly, to elaborate what is set out in the Section 35 jurisprudence, and that it's not to be interpreted or utilized as a section-by-section review or right. It's meant to be read as a holistic document. And then the Minister went on to refer to the Interpretation Act bill that was passed subsequent to the passage of Bill 41. Just using that latest example the Minister provided, because I would like the Minister to elaborate on the holistic utilization of UNDRIP and DRIPA in terms of the articles attached to the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, that is to be holistic and not any single right. So that's one comment I'd like to ask if you could elaborate that further in terms of the holistic versus individual section by section or article by article, or even sub-articles as I was walking through, to better define and better understand, and this is something we'll come back to, which is the articles of UNDRIP that relate to economic livelihood for Indigenous peoples. But on the second point that he made on the Interpretation Act, I'd also ask the Minister, after he speaks to the holistic utilization or application of UNDRIP, to speak to the Interpretation Act itself as to how that will function or is functioning in the sense of specific sections of legislation of our province being interpreted in a way that does not conflict with or derogate from the declaration itself. So I'm just trying to square the comment about holistic versus specific, because it was, as we know, whichever bill or piece of legislation we're dealing with in this House is specific to the nature of that particular bill. So if I could ask the Minister to further comment on both of his points.
Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member from Vancouver-Langara for that question. It reminds, I'm sure, reminds him of those hours of debates that my predecessor, Scott Fraser, had with the member as this bill was going, Bill 41 was going through the legislature. And I think at that time, many comments were made by my predecessor about the holistic nature of the Declaration Act and the way in which we believe it should be interpreted. The specific question, of course, about the Interpretation Amendment Act really turns on something that would be the Attorney General's responsibility rather than mine, but I'll do my best to answer the member's question. I think it suggests when it says that this universal non-derogation clause that all laws should uphold and not abrogate or derogate from Section 35. I think the concern, the thrust of that requirement is that if there are two interpretations, one interpretation that would be inconsistent with or that the Declaration Act and its sections, and the other that would not be, the courts are admonished to accept the interpretation that would not that would uphold and not abrogate or derogate. All law, acts, and regulations to be interpreted as consistent with the UN Declaration would probably be along the same lines. But this is, of course, something that the Attorney General debated in this House when the Interpretation Amendment Act was going through, and I don't have the benefit of that Hansard material to ensure that what I'm saying is accurate. But that's my general sense of what was intended at that time.
Member.
Perhaps if we pursue this further, Mr. Chair, we might have that opportunity tomorrow, but I'm just going to park it there because neither the Minister nor I have the transcript, as the Minister suggests, in front of us from that debate. But let me, I appreciate the Minister's response, though. We know that with various First Nations bodies that represent and for whom government consults, even with development. Yesterday, of course, with the Minister of Energy, I was talking about First Nations Energy and Mines Organization or Council. Here, I have a document that, I have not done a full survey of all First Nation organizations and the way they communicate with their reports, but I have seen a number of them, and certainly as the Minister and I were both at the BCAFM meeting at Musqueam a few weeks ago, there continue to be a number of documents tabled at these meetings from various organizations on various important areas for nations. The document I'm referring to here is a dated document. It is dated May 2019. So May 2019 is before the adoption of Bill 41, a number of months, 5 months before. But it just gives me some, it is an example, I believe, Mr. Chair, and one could probably pull more examples, but the reason why I'm pursuing this particular line of inquiry is really to understand, as First Nations Forestry Council did in their draft BC First Nations Forestry Strategy, and again, Mr. Chair, as I said in the other chamber, I appreciate that this minister is not the Minister of Forests and that he doesn't have the in the thicket details, but I'm just giving another example where in this document that I have in front of me, the specific articles that I've been asking about to the Minister that set out economic livelihood and rights are utilized and quoted by other organizations like the BC First Nations Council. And in fact, they extract and excerpt the specific articles 26, 28, and 29 as an indication to support their premise or their position or their view, premise is not the right word, their view and position that these articles state that Indigenous peoples have the rights to the lands, territories, and resources. They go on, of course, to say that they have the right to redress or fair and equitable compensation and this summary that we talked about earlier about the rights to conservation, the protection of their lands and territories. They dropped the words that I was focused on, which is a productive capacity of their lands, which I think is important. But for some reason in the introduction they dropped those words, but they did repeat the article. My suggestion to the minister is that here we have an example for one of the bodies that represents First Nations in certain areas, certain industrial sectors, and here in this case a renewable resource for our province, of course, that give reference to specific articles to support their positions in terms of what needs to change. So, keeping in mind the minister's general responses to me about the need to look at UNDRIP holistically, that there is really an interpretive tool, as former Minister Scott Fraser indicated to my friend, the member from Abbotsford West, and myself, in series of days of debate. What is the government's response as we continue to see specific articles referred to in letters to government, in the media, in their position papers, their policy papers, what they're proposing to government? What has been the clarity that government has brought to First Nations or to First Nations councils like the First Nations Forestry Council?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member himself acknowledged that the document he referred to predates the enactment of Bill 41 as the Declaration Act, so I'm not quite sure how to square that circle, but I can say that the organization, the First Nations Energy and Mining Council, of course, as everyone would expect, is focused particularly on those economic areas of significance to them and their mandate. That does not equate necessarily with the interpretive device, how we would best utilize the Declaration Act, how it should be read holistically. It's being used by them as a focal point for their interests. But I think what's important, he asked how the interpretive tools we would use are all grounded in the Constitution of Canada, Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982 being the foundation document, as I've said over And we are elaborating on those rights in those statutes that we enact in consultation and cooperation with First Nations, as is required by Section 3 of the Declaration Act. We are also, I think it's important to state, focused on relationships with Indigenous peoples. Just as they were involved in the creation story of this document, they were at the outset the partners with whom we consulted and cooperated and co-drafted essentially this new statute, this framework document for so much of what we're doing. But it is that framework for creating relationships that I would like to focus on. And those relationships are elaborated on in a number of modern treaties that we're involved in, comprehensive reconciliation agreements, the Lake Babine Foundation Agreement, the Tahltan Agreement, which involves a consent-based agreement for a project in the Northwest where the First Nation is at the center of the consent to an environmental assessment process for a very large mining project. It is that which is the focus of this document. I've described it as a foundation document. I've described it as a framework, but it's a framework to get us to real change in the lives of Indigenous peoples on the ground. It's not to be read like a last will and testament, or it's not to be read like a particular statute with each of the articles to be parsed. It's to be read as a framework to get up to a better place in consultation and collaboration with Indigenous peoples as we establish new relationships on the ground, all of which is designed. And the member has focused on economics, but there are social commitments as well that we're making. We have responsibilities in that regard. We have responsibilities in cultural and language preservation, and in so many areas. This is the framework document that allows us, we think, to create better relationships to move forward in partnership with Indigenous peoples.
Member.
And I didn't have the opportunity to say this at the beginning because I had to step out when the House Leader of the third party was able to start the estimates process. But I do appreciate the Minister's introductory comments, the time that he did take to speak, and I appreciate the presence of some of the members of the team in the gallery around the Minister, including in the area of finance in the fiscal framework, as well as Indigenous languages. Certainly we've had much discussion, Mr. Chair, about Indigenous language revitalization, the importance of that. The Minister led with that today in part of his introductory comments. If we have time, we can get to that part. The Minister's right. I have focused to start this estimate process on the economic side of UNDRIP and the right to economic livelihood. Partly because that's been an item of concern that I can see in areas around our province with various First Nations that have I've spoken with, or members of our opposition caucus have spoken with, about projects that are taking place in their regions and their territories. So I appreciate the Minister's response, fulsome as it is, because it describes the government's approach and utilization of UNDRIP. I can say the Minister and I have had much discussion over the course of the last number of months to talk about the importance of clarity and understanding by British Columbians as to the nature of change that's going on in our province and our relationship with Indigenous peoples and First Nations, including around economic projects. And we certainly have seen instances where there are First Nations that have expressed concerns about the government's direction on old growth. And I've seen correspondence and other submissions made that, including in the Pacific Northwest, by nations there, that are quite concerned with the government's view and definition around old growth, and making the point that as they look at the forests and the lands that they manage for generations, that the definition around what constitutes old growth is challenging in terms of timber supply for their forestry operations, which is done in partnership with many other communities, again, Indigenous workers and non-Indigenous workers in companies. And so there is challenge. The minister knows that I think that I was up in the Merritt area with our member for Fraser Nicola, as well as our shadow minister for forestry a few weeks ago, the member from Peace River South, and a lot of discussion there in terms of how do we bring together the various parties and the interests so that we can continue to support the forestry operations, including by Indigenous contractors and others. So again, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, as we look at the specific economic rights as they are phrased in UNDRIP, which we are referring to them as, recognizing they're a holistic document, that there's minimum standards, that they're there to provide interpretive guidance, they're there to further the relationship with First Nations. The holistic nature of UNDRIP is it covers the whole spectrum of rights, including the important ones around human and social, educational, health, discrimination, to name a few. But there are economic rights as well in terms of how First Nations can utilize the rights to their lands. And so when we have a conflict where government says to a First Nation, well, we are putting in place a deferral on old growth. You can no longer log certain types of trees on your lands. And the nation says in response, well, that's all very well and good. We respect your concern. We share your concern for generations to come. But we've been managing our forests and our lands in the way we have. We have a plan. We have partnerships with Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples, including in our neighboring communities. And this is how we want to proceed. So my reading of this interpretive tool of UNDRIP is that there is grounding for that. There is grounding for the way that the productive capacity of the lands ought to be managed by Indigenous peoples, that they have a say in that. So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister comment, having had this discussion now about UNDRIP and how it's to be utilized, and recognizing the specific example I just gave, what does government say to nations who are in that position, whether on Vancouver Island or in the interior or in the Northwest, for example, in forestry? What is that relationship that we're trying to make sure that we can continue with and strengthen when we're effectively saying to a nation, you can't do that form of economic activity on your lands?
Minister.
Well, thank you. And at the outset, I'd like to agree with my colleague across the way, the member for Vancouver-Langara, that it's entirely correct to say that my reference to cultural, educational, health, and other matters was not to suggest that there aren't very important economic components to the Declaration Act, and it's entirely legitimate that the member would talk about those economic aspects of it. I didn't mean to suggest that that's not entirely fair ball. He talks about something within the purview of the Ministry of Forests, and I'm very hesitant to get too far down that road. He was taking me there in the last couple of hours, and I'll be equally cautious this time. But I can say, when the member talks about deferrals, we have worked with First Nations, some of whom have sought deferrals, some of whom have not. And I think to suggest that there's unanimity amongst Indigenous nations on any topic is frankly not accurate. We live in a world where people, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, have different views on public policy issues across the province, which is entirely as it should be. And so they will likewise have different views on this topic. And the way we're attempting to elaborate that is to work closely with them under the auspices of the Old Growth Strategic Review. And in our commitment under the action plan, our long-term goal is to co-develop a holistic framework that comprehensively supports the operation of Indigenous governments and provides new revenue sharing arrangements and other fiscal mechanisms. We talked a little bit about that with the member of Saanich North in the Islands a few moments ago. I think that this new fiscal framework, which I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore, is a significant change in how British Columbia does business. Rather than the transactional approach that we've had in the past, I think we're moving to a recognition that those governments, Indigenous governments, like all governments, have a need for secure sources, stable, certain sources of funding if they're going to provide the goods and services for their communities. And it's a difficult thing to do in a world of fiscal federalism and federal, provincial, local, and now Indigenous governments. It's a challenge, but we're taking that challenge head on, taking it on because it has to be done. I will remind the member, because he's used forestry as an example, that this government chose to, as an interim step, double, essentially, the revenue that First Nations get from the forest activities in their areas. I will remind him that some nations were anxious to proceed in logging, others to defer, and that is, again, entirely to be expected. So there's not a one-size-fits-all approach on this. It's a very nuanced approach that I know the member would expect on such a topic as this.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that. And in terms of just highlighting topics as the Minister anticipated, I certainly will take the invitation to discuss the new fiscal framework, the status, the further work that's being done, and certainly in relation to that, not now, but just giving notice, that we'll also want to come on to talk about the status of progress made against DRIPA action items 4.42, which is economic metrics, to measure and evaluate progress as reconciliation is advanced, and 4.49 in terms of fiscal capacity to deliver services. Certainly, capacity is a very large discussion, as the Minister and I have had over time, and we will certainly come back to that. In terms of the distinctions-based approach, I mean, that of course, the Minister just alluded to, is a fundamental premise of the plan itself and is spelled out. And I think it just underlines in the Minister's response, Mr. Chair, that we all recognize that the 204 nations and others, Indigenous communities in our province, are distinct from one another and that they need to be heard and dealt with in a nation-to-nation relationship. And so when we're talking again about, and I won't go back over the forestry landscape management tables, but that was the discussion around 50 nations being invited for these 8 new regional tables, and where do the other nations fit in that aren't at those tables. The Minister has given an answer in response to assure that those other nations, particularly nations that have different views as to forestry management policy of this government and old growth strategy. Certainly, we've heard within the opposition caucus from several of those nations. I've met with several of those nations directly. So we know that there's definitely a difference in view in the way that I expressed before. So I've heard the minister on that point. I would expect the minister, based on his previous response, recognizes that those nations with different views ought to be treated with respect, and I'm sure the minister agrees with that. Let me just say, though, that I know at the front end of last year's estimates, we spent some time with the House Leader of the third party talking about the role of the minister. And there was some good discussion around that, and we were defining the role of the Secretariat and all of that. And the reason why it's important to have these discussions, I believe, is because this minister, Mr. Chair, plays an important leadership role alongside the Premier of our province when we're talking about First Nations in our province. And so despite the fact that there are specific forestry policy items that I'm referring to, if we're talking about relationships with First Nations, I know the minister knows that that's the way that I'm having this conversation, that we're talking about a document that fundamentally changes how we see our relationship with nations within the Section 35 jurisprudence. But we also have government policy coming over top of that, right? So we need to have some sense and make some sense of it all in terms of how we all proceed. So let me just go with that background, and Mr. may want to make further comment, but I'm just going to go to another area that I did have the opportunity to join the member from Kootenay East yesterday and in discussions with the Minister of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation. I did pick up my discussion, as I did with the previous minister last year when DRIPA Action Plan came out, in terms of clean energy and how government continues to work with nations on the renewal of what is now 16 electricity purchase agreements out of 18. 2 have been renewed. They all expire in 2026. These particular 16 that still need to be renewed. So there is a concern in terms of how BC Hydro treats these projects, because my understanding is, which the new minister questioned, meaning she did not have the same understanding, but to be confirmed by the ministry, but my understanding is 80% of those IPPs, independent power projects, are Indigenous involved, First Nations owned in 6 or 7 of them, or there is some involvement either through equity or employment or impact benefits or otherwise. And these projects, Mr. Speaker, in terms of independent power, represent about 13% of the power capacity in our province. So First Nations have an important role to play on these independent power projects, is the point. But many of these projects, Mr. Speaker, are in jeopardy because of the way that negotiations are occurring, as I understand, in terms of importing a change in pricing. There's more detail that I can give than that, but I'll leave it at that. The concern that I've expressed in 2 sets of estimates with the Minister of Energy has been around looking at the importance of DRIPA Action Item Plan, which is referred to in terms of the area of clean energy. It's I can put my hand on it right now. It's 4.43, which is recommendations on strategic policies and initiatives for clean and sustainable energy. We know that this government has a new clean energy task force with BC Hydro. It has a new energy framework that it's worked on, and there's opportunities there and a path forward for First Nations. That's basically what the minister said. But the minister did also make a distinction, which I'd like to ask the minister about. In terms of the governance of BC Hydro, she said effectively that BC Hydro, of course, treats these agreements as commercial contracts, that affordability and the ratepayers' concerns are front of mind. That is actually similar to the response that I got from the previous minister. And that government has the role to meet the reconciliation obligations, including what's under UNDRIP. So I just ask you, Mr. Chair, to the minister, in terms of how government acts, when we're talking about an important crown corporation of the province, do the obligations under UNDRIP not apply as well to that crown corporation?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The member, if I wrote his words down accurately, said there was, quote, concern about how BC Hydro treats these projects, referring to independent power projects. That is why I'm afraid I'm not the minister that should be answering that question. The member read back to me a commentary from the minister who is responsible for that Crown Corporation. As to the question, does UNDRIP apply to Crown corporations? The Declaration Act and UNDRIP applies to the laws of British Columbia, one of which, of course, is the BC Hydro and Power Authority Act and the Utilities Commission Act. So to that extent, that would be the case.
Member.
And I appreciate the response. And I know, having, in my former occupation, been legal counsel for BC Hydro, I have a good understanding in terms of their work with First Nations around the province over decades. So I'm generally aware. But I'm curious as to the response from the minister, not this minister, but the Minister of Energy, in the sense that and the way to ask the question here, Mr. Chair, is this. When we're talking about UNDRIP and the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, and again, the minister is focused on relationship, but also there's a role, I presume, I just want to confirm this, that as UNDRIP was adopted over 3.5 years ago, that there is an effort being made within government and across Crown Corporation leadership to ensure that senior leadership in the public sector would fully appreciate and understand this interpretive tool and the minimum standards and the holistic document as it is to be seen in terms of the approach. So when a corporation like a Crown Corporation like BC Hydro is renegotiating contracts on material projects on First Nations lands and territories for those communities are dependent upon those independent power projects, these are 20-year contracts that are now being renewed or could be renewed at market rates. But when we're talking about economic reconciliation with First Nations, there are other considerations here besides just the ratepayer. So I don't hear any of that coming back from the minister responsible for BC Hydro. Again, I know the minister here will say, Madam Chair, that he may refrain from getting into the details of that and negotiation of contracts. I'm only asking to confirm, though, that when we're talking about the ongoing implementation of UNDRIP, meeting the DRIPA action plan, which includes the co-development of strategic priorities and initiatives. And also, I would say, this includes identifying, supporting First Nations-led clean energy opportunities relating to Clean BC, the comprehensive review of BC Hydro, and the BC Utilities Inquiry on the regulation of Indigenous utilities. These are specific action items, of course, that are set out in this 5-year action plan. I appreciate that the government is only 1 year into their action plan. But we have these 20-year commitments for First Nations-led clean energy opportunities that are being put in jeopardy based on the manner in which these renewals are coming or being approached between now and 2026. I spoke about this with the former Minister of Energy a year ago. 2 have been renewed out of 18. So we've got 16 to go. So I know, in talking to First Nations, there is significant concern as to the status of their projects. I just want to ensure that this ministry is doing internally, that there is an understanding with BC Hydro management, let's say, about the way that UNDRIP should be utilized and the commitments that government has made here under the action plan.
Minister.
Oh, welcome to the chair, Madam Chair. Nice to see you. The question was involving BC Hydro's work over the decades with First Nations, and I'm pleased the member raised that and has expressed familiarity with the good work that they do. They, of course, have a reconciliation plan. I can't, off the top of my head, recall the precise title of it, but they're much involved in reconciliation. I can remember years ago working on the ILM, the project to bring power from the north through the valley down to the lower mainland, and all of the consultation work with so many nations that was involved way back then, and I know the member will be aware of that important work Hydro did. They're a Crown corporation that is really working hard to achieve economic reconciliation with the Indigenous peoples whose lands they traverse, and I know the member would agree with me on that. There's no question that economic reconciliation is an important consideration for them. I can assure the member, if he reads article or action plan item 4.43, some of the answers he's questions he's referring to, I think, are answered there. Let me tell you what it says. It commits the government, again in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples, to do the following: to co-develop recommendations on strategic policies and initiatives for clean and sustainable energy. This includes identifying and supporting First Nations-led clean energy opportunities related to Clean BC, the comprehensive review of BC Hydro, and the BC Utilities Commission inquiry on the regulation of Indigenous utilities. It identifies the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation as the responsible ministry in our system. Madam Chair, we are in year one, not even a year out of our 5-year action plan commitment. I am confident that that work will be done.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to turn to another specific example as to why this is so important, this work that the Minister just referred to in 4.43. And with many of the communications we've received from First Nations, I'm careful always not to certainly speak on their behalf and in terms of the nation-to-nation relationship that nations have directly with the government of our province. And in this case, I am just merely sharing what's already been shared on the record in the Ministry of Energy estimates by my colleague, the member from Skeena. So I will just cite it here. There was a discussion specifically with the Minister of Energy, but I do want to draw it to the attention of the Minister here, Madam Chair, just because it's consistent with the concerns and the questions I'm asking here. This is a document that was shared with us from Chief Don Roberts of Kitsum-Kalem First Nation. It's a document that includes attached to it something the member from Skeena had described, which is the impact and benefit agreement relating to the NTL project. This is back in February of 2012. So 2012. So this is obviously under the former government, 2 governments ago, or 3. 2. 3 terms. I would say that the reference to the agreement relates to expectation by that nation, Kitsum-Kalem, that there would be bilateral negotiations towards an electricity purchase agreement for a 15-megawatt project. The reason why I will just say that this is an important area is because there are other nations like Kitsum-Kalem that are waiting on government to continue to proceed. We know that with those projects, many of which I was external counsel to Hydro at the time back in that 2008-2009 period, which were some of the independent power projects that were coming online, the tail end of that time under former Premier Gordon Campbell, that in terms of the standing offer program and other opportunities for First Nations like Kitsum-Kalem to come forward, that opportunity still has not presented itself. So I expect that in combination with the Minister here citing that action item 4.43, the Minister of Energy's response is that there will be that pathway forward. That's certainly what the Minister of Energy relayed in response to several of my questions. So I believe that for nations like Kitsim-Kalem, that there's an expectation that hydro will re-engage, let's say, from what is now an 11-year commitment. So I just note that. If I just turn to one other point here relating to fisheries, I've had, I mean, we know that the federal government has positions on fish farms that they've made very clear, that there are First Nations, though, including Weway-Cum and Weway-Kai nations near Campbell River, that wanted to have their salmon farm licenses renewed on their territories. This is something that was rejected by the federal minister of fisheries, and that these nations have now filed a claim for judicial review of the minister's decision. So in the context of jurisdictions, federally and provincially, the same question arises from these nations as to what do they gain, so to speak, under UNDRIP. And that's the way they're phrasing their concerns as to their ability to pursue economic development opportunities on their territories. As an example of economic reconciliation, certainly we saw the Premier with ministers at his side referring to the Cedar LNG project as being an example of economic reconciliation. But when we're talking about other forms of projects, we've talked about forestry, we've talked about clean energy independent power projects, now we're talking about fisheries in terms of fish farms. And in fact, for nations in the Campbell River that are renewing their salmon farm licenses on their territories, how does the government continue in terms of working with these nations to ensure that they have the sort of access to economic benefits and opportunities on their territories? And here's another example, if I could get the minister to comment on that.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Member has talked about forestry examples. He's talked about clean energy initiatives, and now he's put on the table some questions about fisheries, which I hasten to add would not be normally my province. I would leave that to the ministry responsible. But I will say, because a member properly acknowledged that the issue of fish farms has been primarily Minister Joyce Murray, the Federal Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, and the policy that they're advancing that has not gone over well with all the communities involved. And he's put on the table two nations who wish to continue with fish farms, Wewaka'i, Wewakam. But of course, there were many others. Hamalco comes to mind, and others that are adamantly opposed to fish farms and support the Government of Canada's decision. Again, it's the Government of Canada's decision, which is why this is so fraught. And the members also reminded us that this is before the courts on judicial review, which is yet another reason for me to be cautious in saying very much about this issue. But I will say that we are very much involved with the nations he references. I was up in Campbell River a few months ago with Chief Roberts, the Wewaka'i, to provide a significant amount of forest land as part of an interim treaty agreement. They're a treaty nation, they're seeking treaty, and several thousand hectares of forest land were advanced as a first, if you will, a down payment on what we hope to be a much richer and deeper relationship under modern treaty. So the economic benefits that we hope to achieve with First Nations take many forms, and different nations will have different aspirations, just as some oppose and some support fish farms. But we're going to continue to do the hard work to provide economic reconciliation measures that work for the nations affected.
Member.
I appreciate the Minister's willingness to engage in an appropriate manner on the examples I provided, and I would just say that way. I will just turn to another example which has been raised in this House. I raised it in question period I just get the right binder here. This relates, of course, and again, I do keep in mind the discussion we've had to date, Madam Chair, which is the reason why I had it in the holistic interpretive tool, the minimum standards point. And so I can appreciate where the Minister might respond in answer to my question, but I do think it's important to ask the question, given that I did ask the question once in this chamber. But I want to give the opportunity for the Minister to elaborate. And that is the concern that has been raised relating to the Cowichan Regional Hospital and the application of the Community Benefit Agreement. Again, I appreciate that this is not the Minister's specific responsibility, but I asked the question in the sense of referring to a specific article, Article 17. And Article 17, of course, says that 17 sub 3 says, Indigenous individuals have the right not to be subjected to any discriminatory conditions of labor and inter alia employment or salary. It's the discriminatory conditions of labor. I know the Minister has said UNDRIP is not there to parse through. But I would suggest that in the lead-in to the DRIPA action plan, as the Minister referred to, and when we talk about minimum standards, clearly minimum standards, when we're talking about what has been looked at to be a rights-based document, including to address challenges within our justice system, child welfare systems, education, poverty, unemployment, homelessness, that labor conditions and discriminatory labor conditions ought to be a minimum standard. That discrimination against Indigenous individuals based on conditions of labor should be, I would have thought, something to inform government as to how it conducts itself and how agreements of government are set out for, in this case, a major public infrastructure project, the Cowichan Regional Hospital replacement. So I can recap for the minister the concern. I know the minister's heard this through the press. I know that the special representative for the Premier has been directly engaged in his office, and I appreciate that there are larger discussions with Chief and Council for the Cowichan tribes, with the Cowichan Development Corporation. But we know, as I've introduced him in this chamber, John Coleman, who is someone who has a significant track record building and working on infrastructure projects, including schools in the Cowichan area, that he was effectively blocked from working on this project. He had 30 workers. He had the opportunity to do the initial work, which was site prep. There was an expectation that exemptions under the CBA would continue to apply to him and his workers. But then it changed. It changed at the end of October into November, and since then, he's been fighting this battle to get the opportunity to work on a project on his lands, his territories. And so I know the minister's heard that concern throughout. I just want to focus with the minister on the specific provision. And I would say that when we're talking about the Interpretation Act, and we're talking about the application of the Interpretation Act, you know, one could pursue that further, and if I have time this evening, I may do that. But for discussion purposes here, if we look at the overall legislative framework of this province, and we're talking about labor contracts put in place, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Finance, whichever ministry of this government has accountability for this contract, they ought to be acting in accordance and in a consistent manner with UNDRIP. That is what Section 3 of the Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act says, in effect. So I would like to understand from the minister as to how it is that this article, which speaks to the fact that there should not be discriminatory conditions of labor for Indigenous peoples in our province, how it is that we have a community benefits arrangement that is doing exactly that. It's discriminating against the right of those Indigenous peoples and contractors to work on that project. I'll say one last thing. The Premier in response did say, well, the members here, the member from Skeena, the member from Vancouver-Langara, well, you know, I think you're missing the point. You don't completely appreciate the benefit of community benefit agreements. That has increased the level of Indigenous employment on site, including on this project. We're talking about site prep. We're talking about now what is a $1.4 billion project. There is work to be done. So the fact that there are some Indigenous workers on site does not mean that the work of government is done under a CBA. That we have direct specific examples of a discriminatory labor condition. So I'd ask through you, Madam Chair, for the Minister to comment on how it is that this government is allowing for a discriminatory labor condition type contract to exist on that project.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the member for the question, obviously one that I'm somewhat familiar with, notwithstanding it being in the purview of the Ministry of Labour. The member refers to Article 17 of the Declaration. I'll just simply read it. Indigenous individuals have the right not to be subjected to any discriminatory conditions of labour and, inter alia, employment or salary. To me, reading that in its entirety, it seems to me directed at how Indigenous people cannot be subject to such discrimination as differential employment or salary. And so to take that and to somehow equate it with what happened at the Cowichan Hospital is something I'm having a great deal of difficulty wrapping my head around. The purpose of it, a member alluded to this, of community benefits agreement are to provide employment locally to people and to ensure that people who are not traditionally engaged in those occupations, women and Indigenous people, are given a fair shake and have the opportunity to work in various enterprises for which they normally have not been, historically at least, not been so engaged. And so the community benefits agreements and objective is to level the playing field. And indeed, I talked to Chief Lydia Whitsom, whom I know well, and she's been, I think, lately extremely gratified with how things have evolved at the hospital. The member talks about things that have all been addressed since the questions in the fall that he alludes to. I understand there were concerns about lack of involvement in the project by members of the Cowichan tribes initially, but I do know that, and the member I think would agree, that an agreement has been reached with the Cowichan Development Corporation recently that was allowed to provide trucking services on this project. We think that Indigenous participation in economic projects is an important step in reconciliation. On February the 8th, 2023, the Minister of Health announced that the Cowichan Tribes members were eligible to work on the project without union requirements. February 28th, he announced that KDC, that is the Cowichan Development Corporation, which was an economic development corporation of the Cowichan Tribes, was approved to provide trucking services on the project. So those are the facts. How that squares with Article 17 of UNDRIP, I'll leave it to the member to explain. But I do note that the objective of the community benefits agreements has been to exactly do the opposite, to provide work for people who otherwise would never have not in the past been attracted to those works, to provide those opportunities, and it has been successful across British Columbia. Indeed, I had a chief in my office today who is very much engaged in another hospital project elsewhere in the province and trying to ensure that that proceeds in a good way, and I think he's very pleased with how that's developing. So I fail to see the connection. Perhaps the member wishes to explain it to us further, but the issue to which he refers has been resolved satisfactorily.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate that the Minister has taken us back to end of February announcements of some sort, including by the Minister of Health. My recollection is those statements were made in this House as well. There is reference, I would say, in the weeks that followed that announcement, there needed to be continued work and understanding from our understanding as members of the official opposition as to the status of that work. I believe we've had some understanding relating to a trucking contract, which I think my recollection in terms of order of magnitude is in about the $3 million range on a $1.4 billion project. This is the level of economic reconciliation this government proposed to the Cowichan Tribes. Now, I appreciate that the Minister has conveyed the view of the Chief of the Cowichan Tribes, and she plays certainly a very important role. As she has played in the First Nations Justice Strategy, the water stewardship announcements, She has a very leading role in this province, including for her peoples. But there are other individuals, of course, with that nation that have other roles, like John Coleman, as I mentioned. The minister mentioned a meeting with other nations relating to another hospital project, and certainly we've heard from other nations as well in the official opposition. The member for Surrey White Rock as the Shadow Minister for Transportation and Infrastructure, the member for Shuswap, certainly as the Shadow Minister for Labour, obviously the member for Paskina, myself. We've heard from other nations about their concerns, about their ability to work on public infrastructure projects under a community benefits agreement arrangement. The minister did invite me to explain a little further the concern, and I do have a specific example, and again, I would say through you, Madam Chair, to the minister. There are so many examples, of course, with nations and government. I've only cited a few in the time I've had here today. We've talked about forestry. We've talked about clean energy IPP projects. We've talked a bit about fisheries. Now we're talking about construction and labor. These are 4 sets of examples. I don't have enough time to go through all the examples, but I do appreciate the minister's willingness to at least understand my concerns and questions and address it to the extent that he's able to as the Minister for Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. But again, if the minister's focus is, and I do recognize it is, relationship with First Nations, as is my focus, I think it's important that we have the clarity and understanding as we continue to proceed with many different arrangements and projects around this province, including ones that First Nations want to participate in on their territories. So, and I appreciate again, the minister may not have studied this in as much detail as I have over the last 6 years. Certainly in my previous critic roles in justice and transportation, I've had the opportunity to work with our colleagues to do this. But on these public infrastructure projects, there certainly is a community benefits agreement. Hence the term. It's an agreement. The agreement that applies to this project, Cowichan District Regional Hospital Replacement Project, includes the details around the terms for the project. I will say that the CBA general terms includes an article relating to Indigenous peoples, not contractors, but peoples. So again, when I read that against Article 17, we're talking about Indigenous peoples. Now, I will say that the word in Article 17, and this is the drafting of a UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples at that level, over many years, by many countries, there are some drafting inconsistencies, but let's just say for discussion purposes, when they say Indigenous individuals, they mean Indigenous peoples because that's what they say in the next Article 18. So this section 9.5, and I appreciate the minister does not have a copy of this agreement in front of him, I'm sure he doesn't, but just for discussion purposes, it relates to how the parties agree that there should be a partnership with Indigenous communities and Indigenous organizations, and that for existing projects, which the Cowichan Hospital is one, that Indigenous contractors or Indigenous persons working on the project can get a permit effectively to work on the project. And when it does so, the effect of that is the specific union requirements, that is to ensure that the workers, Indigenous or non-Indigenous, who work on the project belong within 30 days to those 19 building trade unions identified by this government in order to work on the project, that wouldn't apply, in effect. I will just draw the attention of the minister that when there was an addendum placed on this project in the terms as it was amended about a year ago, there was a specific action taken to remove that section, the application of that section to this project. Within the oversight on this project, that is, in my view, a discriminatory labor condition. There was a specific step that within the structure of government, through AIRCC and BCIB, that removed specifically the application of that provision to this project. This is something that John Coleman tried to communicate publicly in a statement a number of weeks ago. But in my view, this is an exact example of why there's been a violation of the minimum standard set out as an interpretive tool in a holistic manner under UNDRIP. If we're saying to Indigenous peoples that they don't have that benefit, they're effectively being constrained in their abilities to work on this project because now they have to go join those 19 building trade unions recognized by this government solely. That restricts the ability and the opportunity for John Coleman as an Indigenous contractor and his employees who've been working in construction for years together and their abilities to work on a project like this. That's the concern as an example as to how Article 17 has not been adhered to in the context of this Cowichan Regional Hospital. So I know that I'm talking about a lot of detail here, Madam Chair. And the minister may just stay within his comfort zone, let's say, in terms of his response. I appreciate that. But I also wanted this opportunity, Madam Chair, to go through the detail with the minister beyond what was done in question period. That there has been public expression of this concern by John Coleman himself. We have certainly tried to amplify that publicly as members of the official opposition. But here in estimates process, given the nature of the discussion we're having about economic livelihood under UNDRIP, I wanted to draw this to the attention of the minister and ask for the minister's further comment about this concern.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the member going on in this estimates process about an issue that is an important public policy issue, unfortunately not one that my ministry is the right ministry to address it to, because it's something that the Minister of Health is fully engaged in. And I know the member says that it may not be within my comfort zone, to use his expression, to reply. I think the member would agree I've done my best to talk about his questions in the purview of forestry, of clean energy, and federal fisheries policy, and now construction. I'm doing my best to get right out of my comfort zone, and I'll continue to do that. But if my answers aren't as nuanced and complete as you would expect, I hope the member will provide me some latitude, because they have virtually nothing to do with my ministry and its estimates process, which is what we are here to do. But I do appreciate the latitude that is allowed for these debates and getting into specific issues such as this. I've been in the House when the party opposite has gone on against, railed against community benefits agreements. I've heard them use pejorative terms to describe them. I tend to take a very, very different agreement. I'm very proud of the fact that our government is trying to provide the benefits of construction to local communities. I'm very proud of the fact that non-traditional workers in construction and Indigenous people have yielded considerable benefit from those agreements. The member may, as an ideological reason, oppose them, oppose unions. I don't know quite what, but I can assure the member, through you, that we are doing our best to provide economic opportunities in the construction business, in this example, and in so many other areas across the province. Just by way of example, in the last 4 years, we have provided economic development funds that have never been provided by the former government, the government of the party that he is part of, ever done in the past. So Gitniao, $7 million, Taltan, $16 million, Carrier Sakani, $70 million, Lake Babine Nation, $30 million, and just last year, $1.2 million in cooperation with the BC Assembly of First Nations to create a Centre of Excellence in Economic Development. Now, I take the member to a higher plane because the examples he's used today have been about economic development. As I say, some things we can do and are doing on the ground in British Columbia within our constitutional powers. The fish farm example is one where I'm at pains to understand how I can effectively answer that question, given the decision at issue was one made by another government.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard the minister. We will resist the urge to have debate of any, I think he used the word pejorative terms, but certainly just to clarify, the concern, as I hope the minister would recognize, is that these community benefit agreements only favor the 19 building trade unions, certain unions that are aligned with this government, and that workers that belong to other unions, representing 85% of the workforce, don't belong to these unions. So we're talking about fairness, not the discriminatory nature of the CBA regime. It's certainly, and as much as others, government would like to portray it that way, it's not for any lack of respect for unions themselves and the workers of this province. But when the Teamsters, for example, are given the specific responsibility and the site management for this project, and there's blockage of the ability of an Indigenous contractor and workers to work on the project, that's a concern. That's what we're expressing. So I know the minister will want to talk about the other economic initiatives of government. And so perhaps just as we get through the balance of today, I could just ask the minister to now comment on the status of the economic metrics that are being utilized to evaluate the progress as reconciliation is advanced. This is action item 4.42.
Minister.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the member for a question which is one within our purview, that is to say the action plan. And the member asked for comments on the status of action plan item 4.42, and perhaps I should read what the member is alluding to. It is again, co-developed with our Indigenous partners. And this is an action, like the others, that we have undertaken in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples. I want to start always with that, because this isn't the government saying this is what the government will do, as so often is the case. Every one of these things, every one of these 89 actions were the product of intense engagement with Indigenous peoples. And I'm very proud of that, and it needs to be reiterated. But this one says, we will co-develop economic metrics to help evaluate progress as reconciliation is advanced. The baseline data will begin to address the persistent gap in Indigenous-specific economic metrics, and through this co-designed effort, build a comprehensive set of data to measure Indigenous economic well-being and track progress over time. That is a responsibility both of my ministry and the Ministry of Jobs, Economic Development and Innovation. I think it's fair to say, first of all, that nationally, I believe the member will agree with me, the data that exists for Indigenous-specific metrics is very, very limited. It's a national problem, and we need to address it nationally, ideally, and it's going to take time to get the data we need to do the job. And that is why this is a specific standalone item. It's one that we have a lot of work to do on. I think it's important also to acknowledge, Madam Chair, that we are in less than year one of a 5-year commitment. This work is going on right now. Our Assistant Deputy Minister who's joined us has this very much on her plate as a serious part of her mandate, and we're going to get the job done. But I am not here to sugarcoat the difficulty. This is a serious national problem. My federal colleagues acknowledge as well that must be addressed head on, and we're doing that.
Member.
Just recognizing that we are completing year one of a 5-year plan, and appreciate the level of work and that's involved here and what's not there nationally as well. 3 questions. One would be, what does that work look like in terms of how it proceeds with the federal government resources? Number 2 is, are there indications as to the kinds of categories of metrics, economic, that are being considered? And number 3 is, how does this focus on economic metrics relate to other metrics within this action plan in terms of the interconnectivity with some of the social and health and justice metrics as well.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I thank the member for his question. In the actual action plan, we say the following: the province will work with Indigenous peoples to identify suitable tools, indicators, and measures for monitoring, assessing, and reporting progress on implementation of the Declaration Act. Progress under the action plan will be reviewed on an annual basis and publicly reported in an annual report that will be prepared in consultation and cooperation with Indigenous peoples and submitted to the BC Legislature by June 30th each year. The action plan will be comprehensively updated within 5 years. I read that into the record because I think it's significant to note that we are in the process of doing that now and must have this done by June 30. That is the annual report, but that we are to continue to work on tools, indicators, and measures for monitoring, assessing, and reporting progress. The reason for that is very simple. We don't want to fight about what we disagree. We want to fight about things that reasonable people might differ on, but we want to be talking the same language. So we're talking. We're not differing about what the metric is, what the measurement device is. And there's a lot of hard social science that goes into that. So when we disagree, we will be disagreeing on a level playing field rather than fighting about what we disagree with in terms of even the vocabulary. So that is why this is, I think, was signaled as a significant commitment. What about the progress the member asks in terms of implementation? Well, our ministry is working closely with other ministries to track the progress on action implementation so we can put it in the next annual report. The ministries are also, of course, engaged fully with Indigenous partners to develop appropriate progress measures for the actions that those other ministries are leading. And we think the progress measures for year one actions will be included in the upcoming annual report, which is due to come out shortly. We'll also be exploring with Indigenous partners the approaches to measure progress and impact of the action plan as a whole, which could inform the renewal of the action plan after the 5-year mark. Early conversations have begun on this with the First Nation Leadership Council, Métis Nation BC, and the Alliance of Modern Treaty Nations, and that's going to continue after we release the 2022-2023 annual reports. I think it's really important to emphasize that Indigenous partners are fully engaged on developing these metrics right now, and I think we're getting to a better place. But I don't underestimate, I think the member would agree, the importance of this work and the difficulty of this work. But we're doing it, and we're doing it in partnership with our other ministries and, of course, with Indigenous peoples. Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress of the estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Motion is carried. This committee is adjourned.
Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Supply reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader? So ordered. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Committee of Supply, Section A, reports progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Agriculture and Food and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader? So ordered. Committee Chair.
Mr. Speaker, Committee of Supply, Section C, reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation, and further reports resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Municipal Affairs, and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
At the next sitting of the House.
So ordered. Government House Leader.
I do move that we now adjourn.
Members, you heard the question. All those in favor indicate aye. Opposed? Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.